What a start to today's summit.
Now that's what I call an opening. Amazon style.
तालियों की आवाज से ही लग रहा है everyone is just ready to start their e-commerce exports journey. Can we hear a huge round of applause for today's event?
Keep it going, keep it going. Namaste, namaskar, namaskara, khammakhani, vanakkam.
अरे बस इतने सारे greetings.
Obviously, do you know that the registration team tells me that there are people here, the guests here, are from all the way from Srinagar, Chennai, Assam. Thank you all for coming.
Oh wow! फिर देर किस बात की? A very warm welcome to all of you to the e-commerce export summit of the year, the Export Connect by
Amazon Global Selling. I would like the claps keep going. You know that's actually. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have an exciting lineup for you guys, by the way. Yeah, our leaders are waiting to chat up with you, give you those insights to make a successful global brand, but with the help of Amazon Global Selling.
I'm sure all of you have already seen the Export Pavilion Zone with Amazon Spotlight, partner booths and interactive exhibits. It's at the Amaltus Hall in the basement. If you get lost, koi chinta ki baat nahi hai, you have the maps in your welcome kits.
We are also honored to have Shri K.V. Tirumala sir, the Joint Director of DGFT, who will be delivering today's keynote speech. We also have our partners who will take you through some products and services which will help you in every step of your e-commerce export journey.
At Amazon, we believe we are only as strong as our sellers. We have 4 of them here today who will talk about their inspiring journeys as e-commerce exporters. We also have a special event towards the end, the awards. And don't miss the...
Not everything. We don't give you everything out right now. All right? So some of the things are surprise for you. But itna guarantee hai कि with the learning, there's also going to be some entertainment. And wo be delivered today, that means it's a same-day delivery, ladies and gentlemen. A few do's and don'ts. So the entire Yashabhumi campus is a no-smoking zone, so please refrain from using any e-devices or cigarettes within this campus. You all would have received in your welcome kits a wristband. Yeah, that's got special powers, ladies and gentlemen. So please put them on and keep them on through the entire session because that gives you, so obviously you've heard this thing, right? With more powers comes?
More responsibility.
Wrong. Okay, let me correct that for you for today. So with more powers comes more privileges. So those wristbands are going to give you more privileges and access to different sections. So please keep them on.
Without further ado, we have our first speaker of the day, Mr. Vivek Somareddy, Vice President, Emerging Markets, Seller Experience and Global Trade, Amazon. He's here to talk about building future of e-commerce exports in India. A dynamic leader who is responsible for growth of global selling and FBA products in India. He has over 16 years of experience at Amazon, and he's the man behind launch of SellerFlex, a unique India-first fulfillment channel. Before he comes on the stage, here's a quick AV.
Kind of response we got from the customers was really good, and now we are planning to launch our brand in Canada, UK and Australia as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Vivek Somareddy.
I want to hear some claps from the back seats, the balcony seats for that matter.
Good morning everyone. I am Vivek Somareddy, Vice President, Emerging Markets, Seller Experience and Global Trade, Amazon India. I'm excited to welcome each and every one of you to Amazon Expo Connect 2024. As we saw in the video, the real power of technology lies in its ability to transform things. It's changed the way we live our lives and the way we do business. In fact, technology has transformed global trade to a large extent, making it more efficient, inclusive, and equitable for businesses across the globe. It has especially helped solve the challenges of cross-border logistics. For example, a couple of years ago, we launched SEND, or Seller Export and Delivery, our cross-border carrier program that is helping thousands of sellers send global shipments in a cost-effective manner and help customers across the world get 2-day prime promise deliveries. This has been possible not just because of the technology, but because of the people building and using them. A product or a tool or a technology is only as powerful as the people using it. And that's why I feel very privileged to be here today amongst all of you in this second edition of Amazon Exports Connect. This feels like a convergence of aspirations, dreams, and Amazon's belief that millions and millions of customers across the world want made in India products. Today is a very special day for me. Last year, we had our first Export Connect, which is our inaugural Export Connect, the first of its kind e-commerce export summit for our seller community. And I remember standing on stage with hundreds of sellers in the room, and today the crowd is much, much bigger. I know a lot of folks are still in the booths downstairs, and the hall's going to get filled up. So in just a year, the event itself has grown so much, it's truly incredible. And this year, we are back with a bigger and a more immersive experience with dedicated export pavilions, breakout sessions, one-on-one guidance, and much, much more. This, I believe, is a testament to the dynamism of India's sunrise sector, e-commerce exports, and the success of over 120,000 sellers on Amazon Global Selling. And to put it in perspective, this all started only in 2015. So since its launch in 2015, Amazon Global Selling has been making it easy for Indian businesses and D2C startups to showcase their goods across the world. We are your partner in building a successful global business. We are focused on supporting you at every step of our journey, from getting started with exports, figuring out all the difficult compliance needs, definitely cross-border logistics, helping you build your brands, figuring out what products to sell, list them, and make you successful. Many of you are our selling partners already. Many of you are here to learn about e-commerce exports. And many others are e-commerce export enablers just like us. आप में से कितने लोग Amazon Global Selling पे already export करते हैं? A show of hands, please. Wow, that's quite a good number. I can assure you that after today's summit, those of you who are dreaming of going global will be many steps ahead in your e-commerce journey. Now, coming back to technology, I've talked about the evolution of Amazon Global Selling, how we have used technology and how far we have come. Now I want to show you a little bit of a glimpse of the future of e-commerce exports. As you would have experienced, those who are already selling on us, we're constantly looking at ways to simplify selling on Amazon, be it domestic or global. And to this extent, and with all the excitement that's going around with generative AI, we're working on various applications to help make your products more appealing to customers globally. So without further ado, at this point, I would like to invite on stage my colleague, Vinit Chowji, from the Amazon Central Machine Learning team to showcase to you how the future of exports can work with generative AI.
Thank you, Vivek. So I'm part of the machine learning team at Amazon, and me and my team have been working on what we now call as traditional machine learning models to actually deliver impact to sellers. The recent emergence of generative AI, also popularly known as Gen AI, has enabled us to innovate on the behalf of our selling partners. How many of you are familiar with ChatGPT? Show of hands, okay. I thought so. Maybe you've also played with ChatGPT. And maybe some of you are also familiar with Stable Diffusion. How many are familiar with Stable Diffusion? Okay, a fair number. So the idea of this session is to actually walk you through some of the innovations that we've been working on at Amazon, and we believe that these will help global sellers scale your business across multiple marketplaces. So videos have become the preferred media for consuming information. Studies have shown that typically customers, when they're trying to evaluate products, they would like to see the information in the form of videos. And it has become like a requirement now to have videos on any platform. Also, videos typically tend to garner, products with videos typically tend to garner more views and essentially in the end conversions. Moreover, this is an area where GenAI has made a lot of strides. On Amazon, we have summary videos on product pages that essentially surface product details in a summary fashion. Although creating these high quality curated videos involves a lot of effort and time, and sometimes professional studios are also involved. This essentially makes it very difficult for every selling partner to actually generate these high quality videos across multiple categories and multiple marketplaces. To solve this problem, we've used generative AI to completely automate this process of generating product videos. The system actually takes existing images and product details and passes it through a multimodal model, which essentially will spit out multiple frames of product details along with a voiceover script. The frames are then matched with images that are already existing, and essentially the voiceover script is provided a talking head to speak out what the voiceover head wants to say. So without further ado, let us get to the demo, which will give you an idea of what we've built. Essentially, what you're going to see is completely automated without any human intervention. And also, this is what typically would take maybe hours and sometimes days to build, now takes a few minutes. Let's see.
The OnePlus 11 5G comes in the striking Titan Black colorway. The product features 8 GB RAM and Oxygen OS for smooth operations, a 5000 mAh battery for long usage, and 5G per 4G LTE connectivity for fast and reliable connections. It also has ample storage of 128 GB and a dual SIM feature. Stay secure with the fingerprint scanner and have a durable screen with Gorilla Glass on this product. Experience viewing like never before with a 10-bit color depth and a 120Hz AMOLED QHD display. This screen boasts PWM plus DC dimming and is protected by Corning Gorilla Glass Victus.
So it's not difficult to imagine. Thank you. So it's not difficult to imagine that the images that were generated and the text that was spoken can be generated in any language through these models, essentially enabling us to take these product videos across any category and all marketplaces. So the next application is around generating videos for variations of products, right? So typically, when we see sellers would have videos for one variation, and a color is a variation here, but they would not have videos for other colors because it takes time and effort to build these videos. So essentially what we've done is we've used generative AI again and image processing techniques to take one video and a bunch of other images and map the color, in this case, from these images to every frame of the video that you see in the video, essentially giving us a high quality video for all the variations / colors in this case and generating multiple videos. You can also see that this can also be taken across marketplaces. Essentially, you can have images from one marketplace and maybe one video from another marketplace, and you can actually scale this to multiple marketplaces. Let's take a look at another example here where we have the jeans, the blue jeans, and we have a black colored reference image, and essentially we are able to map the black colored image and generate a video that also has the black color. Essentially, this makes the videos more engaging, and at the same time, it's able to preserve the quality of the original image in the video as well. The next extension of what we've built is essentially generating videos with different backgrounds, right? In this example that you see, a plain white background has been transformed into a rising sun background, which essentially gels better with the color of the dress. The idea of doing this is to essentially make these videos more engaging and providing a context to the customer which they can identify with. And this is just an example, but essentially you can imagine that the context can be tailored to the marketplace, to an occasion, or to a specific category. For example, if it's Christmas, then you probably want some Christmas tree maybe in the background to give it a more local feel to the video. At the same time, if you're trying to sell a toy in the US, maybe a household, which is a US-based household as the background, gives it makes it more appealing to customers. The next example is of product-driven video editing. So far we are changing the background or changing the colors, but in this scenario, we actually want to change the product itself. So as an example, you can see New Balance shoes here in the video at the top, and you have Nike sneakers at the bottom, and we essentially want to replace the New Balance shoes with the Nike sneakers. So we use image processing technology to get the depth map of the video and a silhouette, which is the boundary of the shoes. And then we use generative AI and video in-painting technology to essentially merge all of these different pieces to essentially give you a generated video which is now the Nike sneakers in it. So this approach essentially allows us to scale video capability to products which probably don't have videos with them. Another scenario that typically occurs is where we have images that have a bland white background, and we actually want to transform them to more aesthetic looking background, typically which gives them a feel of a professional studio image. To be specific, we might want shadows, natural shadows. We might want to control the intensity of the lighting. We also might want to have the background be in sync with the product, and that too done in an automatic manner. So let's take a look at some examples here where we've used stable diffusion models and super resolution and alpha matting as techniques to essentially make the images sharper. Okay. That brings me to the last application of GenAI that we've been working on, which is listings creation. And we know that this is a tedious task for sellers, and typically sellers will have their information about the product either in some images or a combination of images and files, which could be PDFs, Excels, flat files. And it's a tedious task for them to get it in a format that can be easily uploaded on Amazon. So we've developed, again, GenAI multimodal models, which allows us to take all of these sources of information and automatically extract the relevant attributes that we need for the catalog. Here is an example where just from the images, we've been able to extract various attributes without even looking at any other text that comes with the products. So essentially in this case, the generative Gen AI models are able to use what's called their world knowledge about the images that they've seen in the past and actually infer these attributes from them. And because of the multilingual nature of these models, we can have these attributes in any language that's out there. So I'm personally very excited about this technology, and I hope I was able to give you a glimpse of what it can do to enable us to take our business across marketplaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinny. That was fantastic. Yeah. Did you think that was fantastic? Yeah. So Vinit showed you a glimpse into what's possible, mostly on the listings creation side, image enhancement side. But think of the different possibilities, right? You can have a co-pilot, a generative AI co-pilot that can help you with your decision making, whether you should list some products, not list some product, how much quantity to list. Piece together what sort of logistics you need to use, give you real-time data analysis. This is something we're already trying to do at Amazon, like look at data and give you a data analysis versus like somebody having to parse through data, and you know, a whole host of other things. And from our side, we can do a lot more things, especially with respect to how we do route calculation for, let's say, sending shipments cross-border, how we run our warehouses and automate them using AI. So the possibilities are actually endless, and this thing is going to change the way we actually do business. So I believe it's going to be like super streamlined, efficient, very cost efficient, and truly customer backwards. So you can start personalizing based on the needs of one individual customer until now, which has been very difficult for us to cater to. So I'm really excited to see how all of you will start using these technologies to achieve, you know, success in global marketplaces. So now, as I reflect on the past year, I'm amazed at the remarkable growth this industry has seen. Since our launch in 2015, Amazon has cumulatively enabled more than $8 billion in e-commerce exports from India. And we are on track to enable $20 billion in e-commerce cumulative exports in India, from India by 2025. Thank you. This has been a combined effort from the industry, the government, and of course, the thousands and thousands of sellers like all of you. This points to a massive opportunity that lies with us. Just to give you an idea, the global B2C cross-border e-commerce market is supposed to touch $7.9 trillion by 2030. The good news is that the ecosystem is coming together to make it all happen for you. The government, recognizing this potential and the work we are all doing, has introduced a dedicated chapter on e-commerce exports in the new foreign trade policy, which was just released last year. They have estimated that this industry which is the export industry from e-commerce export industry from India, will touch $200 to $300 billion by 2030. So that is the massive opportunity that is available to all of us. Specifically, initiatives like district exports hubs and the foreign trade policy are definitely bound to catalyze this growth further. So therefore, I invite you to immerse yourself in today's sessions and make the most of a packed agenda we have here. And this agenda has been specifically curated based on some of the feedback we received last year. Now I would like to take a moment to thank Sri K.V. Tirumala for gracing the summit today. Thanks to our selling partners, all our aspiring exporters, and everyone else. And now a special thanks to all our partners who are our e-commerce export enablers, helping us create this very vibrant ecosystem. Finally, thank you all for being part of this remarkable journey as we grow e-commerce exports from India. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek and Vineet. At least that's what I thought AI sounded like a couple of years ago. Sorry for that. But thank you so much for that insightful session, Vineet and Vivek. Moving on, we would now like to welcome our chief guest for the day, Shri K.V. Tirumala sir, Joint Director at DGFT and the Head of E-Governance at Trade Facilitation Division and E-Commerce Exports at the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. Shri Tirumala heads the team that looks at the technology stack of various export promotion schemes and the trade regulations under the Foreign Trade Policy of India. We're honored to have you, sir. Request you to please join us on stage and address the audience. Thank you so much. Guys, well, let's make a deal. Until we stop talking, please keep the claps going, yeah?
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. It's indeed an honor to be here among so many e-commerce exporters and potential e-commerce exporters. So yesterday when Prasanna from Amazon gave me the list of speakers for today, I went through and I saw that I'm the only government fellow coming here to talk. And in our circles, we have a joke that certain sectors in India like IT, ITES and software, they grew very well because the government was sleeping. So now that I am here, literally, so if some of you are wondering कि अब क्या होगा e-commerce exports का है, government आ गया, तो I want to reassure you, I am only here to help, at least do no harm. So in my address today, I'll talk about three things. One is why are e-commerce exports important for the country? E-commerce export क्यों महत्वपूर्ण है देश के लिए? Second, I'll talk about हमने क्या किया e-commerce exports के लिए? And third, आगे क्या करने वाले हैं? What will we do in the future? What are the plans of the government? So without much, so the focus on exports for any government comes because we have seen typically over decades and over countries, over geographies that whenever a country grows in terms of export performance, the per capita income also grows. So typically exporting countries are richer by comparison. When you come to India, if you plot exports per capita versus GDP per capita, you see that richer states are typically those who are also the exporting states. So that relationship, if you squint your eye a bit, you will see some kind of line that says that there is a positive correlation. I mean, of course, correlation is not causation, but we are not all statisticians here. If you see the export performance, last year was the record exports that happened from India, $776 billion, merchandise and goods and services. So the 450 that you see there in orange is the figure for the merchandise or the goods export. So a handful of sectors contribute to this number, $451 billion, led by engineering around $107-108 billion, petroleum sector which gives around $97 billion, followed way down by gems and jewelry around $38 billion, down chemicals, organic, inorganic around $30 billion, $25 billion or 26 for pharma, 25 for electronics and mobile sector, 16 for textiles and so on. So those are the handfuls that contribute to that number there, 450. Again, a handful of states contribute mainly to that performance. Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, typically the relation that I showed, the richer states, they are there. And then again, there are a handful of districts that do most of the exports. If you look at the numbers, each dot is one district there. And if you see those numbers, you see that most of the exports are completed by less than 100 districts. So the first one you see around like between the around 60, that dot is Jamnagar. And Jamnagar, you know, it's the Reliance refinery there. It does exports of around $59-60 billion. So we are at a stage where we have a handful of sectors, handful of states and handful of districts doing most of our exports. And that's where Honorable PM comes in and he says, I mean, this is a very visionary statement, not many realize. Let me read it out, not to misquote him. Each district of our country has a potential equal to that of one country. Each of our districts has the capacity equal to a small country in the world. So this is a profound statement, that's a game changer. So, and this is where e-commerce comes in. E-commerce is one of the ways in which we can link the districts to the world global marketplace. And that's the importance. So there are a lot of advantages that India has. So we have listed it there. I'll not go into all those things. We have good production base here. We have good data connectivity. We have good mobile penetration and so on. And we also know that the e-commerce currently, which is standing at around $800 billion, e-commerce exports across the world will rise to around $2 trillion by 2030. And India wants to have a bigger pie in that. So we are targeting around $200 billion of e-commerce exports from India, and we are planning to create an ecosystem that will support that kind of exports from India. It will also help disproportionately the MSMEs, the rural artisans, the rural businessmen who otherwise find it difficult to reach the global markets. So e-commerce exports is one way. So that's why the government is focusing on e-commerce export. Government is keen that e-commerce exports grow. But having said that, if we are setting a target of $200 billion of exports, we should also know where we stand. We stand at a very, very low base as of now. So we do not have the accurate data, but as far as we have estimated, we see that around 1% of our exports come through e-commerce. So now that route is around, it roughly translates to $2 to $5 billion, depending on how you count e-commerce exports. So that's the low number, and that's a point of concern, and that's why all these measures that government is taking now to promote e-commerce exports. So what are the initiatives? हमने क्या किया है? So we have done, as you say, one is the stated objective in the foreign trade policy, what Vivek was saying just now, that we have a dedicated chapter in the new foreign trade policy. So government में होता क्या है कि when if you do not have a stated objective of export promotion or some kind of promotion, by default it is regulation. So we don't want to have a regulatory kind of regime here. It's more of export promotion to connect all these people who want to join the global marketplace there. We are also planning to extend all the export benefits to e-commerce sector also. So ROTTEP, ROSTEL, some of the people who are exporting, they might note these terms, but we are enabling our ecosystem to ensure that these benefits pass on to the e-commerce exporters. We are working with a lot of other people. We are working with MSME department, we are working with posts and so on, which I'll cover in 1 or 2 slides down the line. We have created one e-commerce export handbook for MSMEs. So this is there. I don't know, I saw the package that you have got, that's quite informative. Probably you can also have a look at our website where we have also launched this book that gives one end-to-end view about how do you start an export business, what do you do if you are doing e-commerce exports, especially if you are an MSME, what are the regulatory compliances and so on. We are also tapping into our foreign missions and our diaspora, not only to push our e-commerce export products, but also to tap into them to do some kind of advertising, using the missions to give us lead and those kind of activities. Similarly, we are also lashed in with other departments like the postal department, which is opening a lot of these dark Niryat Kendras in the hub and spoke model. So you have these dark Niryat Kendras at smaller places, which feed into the foreign post offices, and foreign post offices export it. So all those things, the exporter doesn't have to run around. He can go to the foreign, the DNK and drop it off. A lot of things are online, and then it goes to the FPO and it gets exported. So we are creating those ecosystems also, leveraging the existing things that we have within the government. Similarly, we are also roping in leading private sector players, including Amazon, of course. So we are doing a lot of these outreach programs. Amazon is actually doing a commendable job here. There are a list of districts where Amazon is handholding along with us and Department of MSME. We are also tying up with ShipRocket and others like Revexa, eBay and so on. So this is what we have done till now, and the way forward, we are aware of certain pain points when it comes to the e-commerce exporters. So some of the things that we will shortly hear in coming months would be, one is regarding the e-commerce export hubs. So the intent was announced in the foreign trade policy, but it is mainly to help those e-commerce aggregators and bigger players where they can go into the e-commerce export hubs. We are working out the finer details of it, and shortly you will hear about operationalizing of these e-commerce export hubs. Similarly, we are aware about the extension of all the export promotion benefits that should come to the e-commerce exporters also, which is today available only to the normal exporters. I mean, those who are not going through this courier and postal kind of route. Because the entire ecosystem of India in terms of this regulatory architecture was built in the last century, and that caters to the normal kind of exports, not for the e-commerce exports. So we are reorienting that too. We are working with RBI on a couple of things. One is some kind of relaxation in the limit for realization and those kind of things, and then also to simplify the EDPMS. We have identified as a big pain point for the existing e-commerce exporters to knock off their obligation online on the EDPMS system and to generate the EBRC. So the EBRC pilot trials are going on, and the EDPMS system we are in talks with the RBI. Also the easy return policy and some certain small things. So to conclude, I must say that this is a fantastic event. I was looking at the list of speakers who are going to talk to you today. I hope that you will take away those key lessons from here, and I wish you all the success for your e-commerce exporting endeavor in the coming years. And if you feel that there is some policy intervention that the government should do, or you are feeling that there is a pain point that the government should address at the policy level, other than the ones that is already shown on which we are already working, feel free to send the email or just give me a call, and we'll see how we can take it forward. Rest assured, we'll do no harm, and every email that you send is read by me personally, and we'll act upon it. Thank you. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tirumala. Sir, we would request you to stay back on stage, and I would like to call upon Mr. Vivek to facilitate our guest. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Can we have the... Okay, you guys can keep clapping and the music can go on. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, for everybody who's registered with us today, please keep checking your phones and use your phone only to check those notifications, because you might get updates on your one-on-one sessions and the slots that you've booked. So keep checking those and not any reels. Yeah, strictly no reels. Like, really, Ria?
यार सॉरी मम्मी का बर्थडे है अमेज़ॉन पे ही ढूंढ रही हूँ फोन ही नहीं मिल रहा समझ ही नहीं आ रहा कौन सा लूँ
फोन
या फोन
यार फोन ले मतलब कॉल तो लगते हैं सब में मैसेजेस तो सब में आती है
सुनिए स्पेसिफिकेशंस भी तो होता है
Man, we need a tech guru for that.
चलो ठीक है गैजेट गुरु तो आ जाएंगे बट फोन का सॉर्ट हो जाएगा बट ई कॉमर्स एक्सपोर्ट्स का क्या
वो भी दिल्ली की तरह डीमिस्टिफाई कर देंगे So we have Rajiv Makhni, also known as Tech Makhni, also known as the tech guru of the country. He wears many hats just like his many names. He's a TV and a radio show host, author and a social media presenter. Did you know he's won the Chanakya Award for the TV host of the year and the television anchor of the year 3 years in a row? That calls for a clap at least, come on. Thank you so much. With a multi-million following on social media platforms, he's recently also won the award for the Impact Influencer of the Year and the IMA Content Creator of the Decade. Huge round of applause for Rajiv Makhni, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi everybody. Thank
Keep
you.
the claps
Thank
going.
you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. तो शुरू करते हैं with a good afternoon. वैसे मेरे prepared speech में ये good morning था, but we're running a little late. So first of all, good afternoon. All right. The second thing is that every one of you should give a big round of applause to yourself. मैं बताता हूँ क्यों, so that we can all do it with the right spirit. So the big round of applause is mainly because, you know, if you've had one or two speeches already, वो थोड़ा सा ना lull आ जाता है that, you know, you're getting the information that you've come here for, but everything becomes one speech after another. और कहते हैं कि hand में जो sensors होते हैं are nerve points, they wake up the brain. So starting at the count of 3 with the good afternoon, we'll also clap for your own self. अगर आप अपने लिए thunderous clap नहीं करोगे, then who will you do it for? So 1, 2, 3, good afternoon, and yes, now we are getting somewhere. So इंट्रोडक्शन तो बहुत ही अच्छा था. आई फील वेरी गुड व्हेन आई हियर सच अ ग्रेट इंट्रोडक्शन अबाउट मी. आई फील वेरी प्राउड ऑफ माई सेल्फ. फिर मेरे को रियलाइजेशन होती है कि ये तो जो इंट्रोडक्शन था मैंने ही भेजा था अपने बारे में, एंड इट वॉज रेड आउट हियर, सो देन यू कम राइट बैक टू अर्थ. बट व्हाट्स द ओकेजन हियर that is this big? First of all, I think the incredible turnout of all of you. So this is very, very encouraging कि आप लोग इतने सारे आए हैं from all over the country. Number two, what an incredible place this is, right? I mean, this is my first visit to this event area, and I think it's absolutely amazing. लेकिन ये सब बड़ी बड़ी बातें तो हैं. The biggest thing that we are doing is the discussion I'm going to be having here today, because I think बहुत रेयर होता है that in life we get an opportunity where the technology, the time, the space, the right people all come together to create an incredible opportunity that you can use and take forward. ये जो Amazon का global selling program है, I think अगर आप सोचो 5-7 साल पहले इसके बारे सोचना भी, that someone here may be sitting in a small town in India selling to, you know, 1 or 2 people out here on Amazon, one by one product at a time, can now go globally and sell to the whole world. और कुछ complicated नहीं है, कुछ जो आपको hesitation है, जो nervousness है आपकी, that you know this is a difficult thing to do, ये सारा का सारा can be solved because Amazon is hand holding you through the technology. The platform that they have for you is so incredible. जब मैंने I studied it in detail, I was actually shocked. In fact, मेरा भी mood कर रहा है कि कुछ gadgets मैं भी export कर लूँ. So now let's call in the person who's going to take us through, and we'll do a very frank chat. मैं आपकी तरफ से उनको सारे questions पूछूंगा, all tough questions, not the typical, you know, panel discussion जहाँ पे the politically correct questions are only asked. I'll ask him all the tough questions that you have in your mind. At the end of this session, I don't think there'll be any question left in your mind about how incredible the opportunity is and 100% how you can take it forward. बहुत सारी amazing stories हैं of people who may have started last year and today they are already doing incredible millions of rupees of exports already, जबकि उन्होंने सोचा भी नहीं था कि वो कभी एक exporter बन पाएंगे. So we are good to get started. So that's a good time for me to call in the person who's going to be taking us through this. So please put your hands together for Bhupen Wakankar. He's the Director Global Trade Amazon India. 8 साल से he's with Amazon and 2 years he's been looking at Amazon Global. Bhupen. Great to have you here. और मैंने जो setup किया है, Bhupen, has been very clear that I am here to ask you all the tough questions. Absolutely. No, you know, ask the right question and all of that. I think it's important that everybody that's come here from all over India, and look at the turnout, I'm very, very impressed. So impressive turnout, impressive location, and impressive questions for you. Right?
Excellent. Let's go.
So let's start straight away because, you know, I want to use this as productive as possible for making it for everybody. You know, we've heard from previous speakers, including Vivek, e-commerce exports and technology and cross-border trade. लेकिन simple question है कि ये exports और Amazon का क्या connection? I mean, what are you doing? You're an e-commerce retailer. What do you have to do with all of this? Why the need for this?
Excellent question, Rajiv. And I think मैं पहले भी बात कर रहा था कि लोगों को ई-कॉमर्स क्या है पता है. इंडिया में ई-कॉमर्स पिछले 10-15 साल से काफ़ी ग्रो हो गया है. इंडिया के एक्सपोर्ट्स क्या है सबको पता है कि ये कैटेगरीज एक्सपोर्ट होती हैं. तिरुमला सेल्फ स्पेड वेरी eloquently about how the government is influencing. But somehow ये दो वर्ड जब एक साथ आ जाते हैं, ई-कॉमर्स एक्सपोर्ट्स, तो एक कन्फ्यूजन सा लुक आ जाता है लोगों के चेहरे पे. हाँ, मुझे ये सब्जेक्ट मालूम है, ये सब्जेक्ट मालूम है, ये दोनों मर्ज कैसे होते हैं, राइट? एंड सो दैट इज द बिगेस्ट reason when Amazon launched the Amazon Global Selling Program, we decided to start events such as this to really demystify, जैसे सुनील ने कहा, दिल्ली का demystification. That's the main idea, and I think the way you asked the question allows me to sort of give you a very simple answer. If you just look at e-commerce in India, आज कोई खान मार्केट का ट्रेडर अपना सामान पूरे इंडिया में आराम से Amazon, Flipkart के थ्रू जैसे भी कर सकता है. किसने ये कहा कि ये सामान सिर्फ इंडिया की बाउंड्रीज में ही जा सकता है? किसने नहीं कहा? अगर टेक्नोलॉजी में आप ई कॉमर्स में प्रोडक्ट लिस्ट कर सकते हैं, अगर अमेजॉन लॉजिस्टिक नेटवर्क के थ्रू वो डिलीवर हो सकता है, तो किसने कहा कि इसकी लिमिटेशंस किसी पॉलिटिकल बाउंड्री में है? देयर इज एब्सोल्युटली नो रीजन. टेक्नोलॉजी इज द वाइडेस्ट एनेबलर दैट वी हैव सीन, and the whole premise is if you manufacture a product and you can sell a product, you should be selling to the whole world. Now it's very easy to say English हिंदी में बोलना कि किसने कहा political boundaries है, but the realities are there, right? अरे मैं अमेरिका में भेजूंगा तो मेरा तो कोई नेटवर्क नहीं है, मुझे वहाँ ऑफिस सेटअप करना पड़ेगा, उसके टैक्स रजिस्ट्रेशन का क्या करना पड़ेगा, हाउ डू आई इवन नो उनके कस्टमर्स को क्या चाहिए. अगर अमेरिका में कर लिया तो ठीक है, बट अगर कनाडा ही जाना होगा तो फिर अलग मार्केटिंग करनी होगी, यूके में जाना है, दुबई में जाना है, उनके क्या फेस्टिवल्स हैं, कैसे करूं. द मोमेंट आप इन दोनों को जोड़ दें तो हजारों सवाल ऑटोमेटिकली सामने आते हैं. एंड दैट इज व्हाट Amazon Global Selling has said. We are going to simplify this through the 4 key components that we always talk about. So when we say e-commerce exports, I want this whole community, I know about a third of you are already e-commerce exporters with you and you know this, but for the prospects, there are really 4 aspects of e-commerce exports. Market access, Amazon Global Selling के through आप Amazon पूरे दुनिया के 200 countries और territories में सामान deliver करता है. आपके प्रोडक्ट्स इन सारे कंट्रीज में डिलीवर हो सकते हैं अगर आप मार्केट प्लेसेस इंडिया के बाहर प्रोडक्ट्स आपके लिस्ट करें. दूसरा है मार्केट इंटेलिजेंस, कस्टमर इनसाइट्स. कस्टमर्स क्या डेटा देखना चाहते हैं, कस्टमर्स कौन से वीडियोस को रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं, कौन से कीवर्ड्स को रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं, ये सारी दुनिया भर की इंफॉर्मेशन आपके पास अवेलेबल होगी. तीसरा है क्रॉस बॉर्डर लॉजिस्टिक्स. मेरा सामान मेरे गोदाम से अमेरिका के गोदाम में कैसे जाएगा, कौन ले जाएगा, मुझे कितने रेट नेगोशिएशन करने पड़ेंगे, ये सारा जो तमाम झमेला है, इट्स ऑल सॉर्टेड आउट विथ Amazon Send. एंड फाइनली क्रॉस बॉर्डर पेमेंट्स, कि आपका इटली में, जर्मनी में कस्टमर यूरो में खरीद रहा है, ब्राजील में रियाल में खरीद रहा है, मेक्सिको में कहीं खरीद रहा है, आपके बैंक में आपके पैसे इंडियन रुपीस में आएंगे एट नॉर्मल Amazon पेमेंट साइकिल डिपेंडिंग ऑन हाउ यू आर, एवरी 2 weeks और एवरी मंथ. ये 4 कंपोनेंट्स ई कॉमर्स के कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट्स हैं, एंड आई होप दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ इज अ वे पीपल कैन कंटिन्यू टू थिंक.
नहीं, आई एम ग्लैड कि आपने इसको ब्रेक डाउन कर दिया इनटू 4 वेरी सिंपल वेज टू हाउ इट मेक्स अ बिग डिफरेंस. इट आई थिंक टेक्स अवे अ लॉट ऑफ दैट हेजिटेशन. लेकिन आई थिंक देयर इज, आई एम गोइंग टू टेक वन एस्पेक्ट ऑफ इट एंड देन आई विल गो टू माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. तो यू आर बेसिकली सेइंग आई एम इन इंडिया, मैं अभी लेट्स से ई कॉमर्स में मैं कोई अपना प्रोडक्ट बेच रहा हूँ एंड आई एम डूइंग इट विद इन इंडिया. यू आर बेसिकली सेइंग कि वही वाला प्रोडक्ट विच ऑब्वियसली हैज़ अ ग्लोबल मार्केट, आई कैन लिस्ट इट फ्रॉम दिस ग्लोबल सेलर प्रोग्राम, और अगर वो स्पेन में जाएगा, जर्मनी में जाएगा, इटली में जाएगा, इट्स ऑलरेडी जो मेरी डिस्क्रिप्शन है फॉर दैट प्रोडक्ट, क्या यूटिलिटी है, व्हाट इज द यूएसपी, व्हाई इज इट सच अ स्टैंड आउट प्रोडक्ट, इट विल गेट ट्रांसलेटेड टू दोज लैंग्वेजेस ऑटोमेटिकली. द टेक्नोलॉजी इज ऑलरेडी देयर. आई विल गेट पेड इन द लोकल करेंसी and also the logistics and everything else is सब कुछ is taken care of through this program. Am I getting it right?
Absolutely. I think जो आपने content बनाया हुआ है, either you use the same content as is, which in Amazon language आपको मालूम होगा ASIN करके बोलते हैं, जो product को बोलते हैं ASIN. Same ASIN list कर सकते हैं if it is make sense for that marketplace. या काफी लोग हमने देखा है कि थोड़े ASINs change करते हैं. जैसे सिंपल चीज लेंगे, अगर चाय, अगर आप पैकेज टी बैग्स आप इंडिया में बेच रहे हैं तो हम ग्राम्स में लिस्ट करेंगे, बट अमेरिका में बोलना होगा तो आउंसेस में लिस्ट करना होता है. जो छोटे छोटे चेंजेस करने होते हैं वो आप कर सकते हैं, बट आपके प्रोडक्ट रेटिंग्स एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ गेट ट्रांसलेटेड वेरी सिंपली. अगर कोई न्यू जर्सी से आपका प्रोडक्ट खरीदता है डॉलर्स में, तो Amazon.com में सेल रजिस्टर होती है, आपके क्रॉस बॉर्डर पेमेंट जब आती है तो आपको इंडियन रुपीज में आपके अकाउंट में पैसा आ जाता है.
ओके, तो अब ये बात तो हम लोग को समझ आ गई दैट द टेक्नोलॉजी एंड द प्रोग्राम जो आप लोग ने बिल्ड किया है, दिस कैन लिटरली टेक समवन विद ग्लोबल एस्पिरेशन, लेकिन लोकल प्रोडक्शन या लोकल रिटेलिंग टू दैट मार्केट. बट अब ये समझ आ गया कि ग्लोबल ई कॉमर्स के साथ यू आर नाउ, यू हैव अ मच बिगर ग्लोबल मार्केट देन व्हाट यू आर डूइंग ओनली इन इंडिया, राइट? तो ये जो पार्ट है, can you just explain a little bit more, maybe with 1 or 2 success stories कि किसी ने last year शुरू किया, maybe someone that came from for a program like this last year, आपने पिछले साल भी किया था, और बहुत सारे लोगों ने register किया, they took it forward and they've had absolutely incredible success. I know आप नाम नहीं लोगे, but I'd love to hear one or two success.
I have some good stories.
अच्छा, you do, okay. So let's start with that, because I think अगर कोई चीज़ लोगों को इंस्पायर करती है, एस्पिरेशन लेवल आगे ले जाती है, दैट्स someone else did it and now I can do it and then I can do it bigger and better.
Exactly. And I think before I answer the question on the stories, right? जैसे आपने पूछा कि ये बिगर है, पर ये कितने मायनों में बिगर है, ये बहुत ज़रूरी है. So for example, आप लोग जानते हैं इंडिया की e-commerce market roughly 10-12 years mature हुई है. But Amazon has been in other marketplaces for 20-25 years. आप जो US देखेंगे, जापान, जर्मनी and so on, right? तो इसमें ये ऑलरेडी बहुत मैच्योर इकोनॉमीज हैं, इसमें पर कैपिटा इनकम लोगों की ज़्यादा है, पर कैपिटा कंजम्पशन इनकी ज़्यादा है. अगर आप प्राइम मेंबर्स देखेंगे जो अमेजोन के क्रेम डे ला क्रेम कस्टमर होते हैं, हु आर मोस्ट लॉयल, हु स्पेंड द मोस्ट ऑन अमेजोन. सो दुनिया भर में 200 मिलियन प्लस प्राइम मेंबर्स हैं. इंडिया में तो 200 मिलियन ई कॉमर्स शॉपर्स भी अभी नहीं बने, डिपेंडिंग ऑन आप कौन सा रिपोर्ट को ट्रस्ट करते हैं, 100 to 150 मिलियन में है. So why is your business catering to only Indian customers when they can be catering to the world's richest, most consuming 200 million customers? Is the simple premise, right. And that is the size and scale of opportunity that is available in front of you. Now, ठीक है, ये बोलने के लिए ठीक है, but लोगों ने ये कैसे exploit किया है इस opportunities को, right? And I can tell you a few stories. In fact, many of the sellers are in the audience here. Some of them are going to be on stage.
I actually want to do this as a quick thing. Those that are already part of this program, can you raise your hand? Okay, you're right. That's pretty sizable. And those that are 100% sure that this event ke baad they will hit $1 million on this and want to hit $1 million, raise your hand. I think it should be all of you, right? I mean, what is the idea of coming here and not having that aspiration? So I'm really looking forward to that happening for sure. Okay, so now let's hear one or two of the stories.
So I'll give you very simple, and जो हम stories collect भी कर रहे थे, it is across all the country, all the states in the country, right? So for example, Butterfly EduFields करके एक toys की कंपनी है, हैदराबाद based कंपनी है, शरद चंद्रा उनके founder CEO है. They make basic simple toys for all different age groups. They started with us. I don't think they're more than 2 years on the platform. Phenomenal growth. They were in fact part of the Propel Accelerator program that just happened, and really have scaled their business based on all the Amazon inputs that we teach in the Accelerator program. Right? Selection कैसे करना है, pricing कैसे करना है, ad spends कैसे करना है, logistics कैसे करना है, and so on. So a great example of company that has sort of scaled pretty rapidly through the Propel Accelerator program. We have another seller here with us, Gauri Verma. She's actually creating a completely new category.
Gauri, could you stand if you're here?
Gauri, are you here? I know she was here earlier today.
Okay,
but
all right.
Her company's name is Confect. And आपको अमेज मतलब आप इमेजिन भी नहीं कर सकते कि जो केक्स पे डेकोरेशंस होती हैं, स्प्रिंकल्स होते हैं या रोज पेटल्स की जो एडिबल रोज पेटल्स होते हैं, ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चर होते हैं और वो बाहर लोगों को पसंद आते हैं और वो खरीदते हैं. एंड सो एक्सपोर्ट्स इज नॉट जस्ट सम लार्ज आइटम्स कि आपको पेट्रोलियम एक्सपोर्ट करना है, आपको फाइबर एक्सपोर्ट करना है, कॉटन, गेहूं, आटा, चावल एक्सपोर्ट करना है. आप एवरीडे आइटम्स जो आपके घर में रहते हैं, आपके ऑफिसेज में रहते हैं, आप जो कपड़े पहनते हैं, आपके बच्चों के लिए जो गिफ्ट्स देते हैं, आप पार्टीज में जो गिफ्ट्स देते हैं, वो सारी चीज़ें ह्यूमन कंजम्पशन पैटर्न्स आर द सेम ग्लोबली, and all our sellers can sort of join that journey. So I just told you toys and food products. We have a seller who's been on our global selling program for a very long time, Mohammad Mukim. All he does is he has figured out handicraft for homes, and they can be as simple as photo frames. वो यहाँ पे NCR region में बनाते हैं, and he has created the most wide range of listings. You can just go and take a look at Handicrafts Homes seller page on Amazon.com, and you'll see what diversity of products they are offering, right? And we've sort of, the stories just keep going and on and on. We have lots of examples where, you know, husband-wife couple have started the company because they're sort of like, we are done with the corporate gigs, we want to start on our own. So we have a seller in Ahmedabad, Udit Sood and Nimita Barucha. They started a company called Eco Rights. They are basically saying, we want to make environmentally sustainable, fashionable purses, bags, you know, carry items के लिए, जो everyday use के लिए होते हैं वो. Great brand out of Ahmedabad. And I can go on and on and on on multiple categories, right? Folk Culture is another brand based out of Mumbai. Aheli USA करके एक brand है जो jewelry बनाते हैं. So आप literally आपके daily use के जो भी items सोच सकते हैं, आपके gifting के जो भी items आप सोच सकते हैं, ये इंडिया में बनते ही हैं. But ये Indian customers के लिए ही थोड़ी, बाहर के customers के लिए भी हैं. And this is what all of these brands that I've talked about have really scaled in a big way as part of the journey that we talked about, and you saw the 8 billion number.
So Bhupen, I think ये बहुत interesting बात आपने कही है कि this is actually very true, right? कि anything that is being consumed in India, why is it only for an Indian consumer? वो उसकी वो एक global market है, and therefore you must be able to take that opportunity. अब दूसरा चीज़ जो बड़ी I'm pleasantly surprised is कि whether you're a person sitting in Ludhiana या लखनऊ or even a much smaller city, आपकी अब जो market है, you can go to Lisbon or Luxembourg or London, it doesn't matter because हर जगह human consumption is the same. It's a very pleasant surprise for me and a great opportunity for everybody. लेकिन I want to understand कि export जो normal सोचा जाता है, you usually export, or that's why I think the initial hesitation also comes. Normally export सोचा जाता है that I, the exporter, will sell to a buyer, और मैं हजारों लाखों की क्वांटिटी में कुछ भेजूंगा. यहाँ पे पूरा का पूरा पैराडाइम ही शिफ्ट हो गया है. यहाँ पे आप कह रहे हो कि यू द सेलर और प्रोड्यूसर कैन सेल one प्रोडक्ट टू मेनी पीपल अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड. ये कैसे हैंडल होता है? थोड़ा सा मेरे माइंड में भी अभी भी शंका है दैट इट कांट बी दैट इजी.
It would not have been easy if the technology had not matured, and I think we saw some of the presentation just on listing optimization, right? And it is exactly that. Like traditional exports are basically a few thousand or 10,000 companies selling to a few hundred buyers, large buyers in America, or a few thousand buyers, and a few tens of thousands of products. But e-commerce exports, what we have seen in the program already, पिछले 8 साल में 26 crore unique products have been sold on Amazon Global Selling Program by 1.25 lakh exporters to over 200 million customers. So ये पूरा scale मतलब one order of magnitude, two order of magnitude के difference नहीं है, hundreds and thousands के multiplier है of traditional exports. इसके लिए technology होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. Simple चीज़ है, listing कैसे बनाते हैं. आप लोगों ने आज demo देखा कि image अगर बनानी है वो प्रोफेशनल स्टूडियो एडिट करके जनरेटिव एआई से इमेज कैसे ट्रांसलेट कर सकते हैं. कीवर्ड ऑप्टिमाइजेशन आपको करना है तो आपको मशीन लैंग्वेज लर्निंग से आप कैसे कीवर्ड ऑप्टिमाइजेशन कर सकते हैं. आपको अगर प्लानिंग करनी है कि मुझे अगर प्राइम डे में मुझे इतना इतना बिजनेस करना है तो मुझे फरवरी में कितना सप्लाई इनबाउंड करना है, मार्च में कितना इनबाउंड करना है, ये सारे टूल्स because Amazon has invested so much in the data insights and analytics side of things are now available to all of you, each and every one of you. जो भी data और tools एक American domestic seller को available है या एक German domestic seller को available है, वो सारे tools Indian sellers को available है. Plus, we have the benefit of cross-border logistics programs and so on. So the reason it has become easy is people have started embracing these technologies. In fact, Rajiv, you will be surprised. We have people who are running over $1 million or sometimes even more than $5 million businesses with as few as 5 to 10 people in their company. That is the power of technology because they have figured out that I have a sourcing network in India. I'm going to put a digital layer on that and I'm going to understand what the customer metrics are and I'm going to share that insights with my manufacturer or sourcer, जैसे भी आप कहो. And I'm just going to do this aspect of it. That is truly what that technology has enabled.
Now, this is very impressive. और जैसे आप और describe कर रहे हो, I think I'm getting more and more excited about the very opportunity available to everybody here in India. लेकिन let's go, just take one step back for a second. है तो exports and India में whether it is our the traditional way we have learnt about export, थोड़ा hesitation है, right? What is the normal hesitation that you see from people? I would think, मेरे जो mind में आता है, it would be that it's exports, it's risky, stakes are high, it can be expensive. Is this all covered when you because hand holding जो आप कर रहे हो is actually very thorough. You seem to have आपने सब कुछ सोच लिया है कि this can be it. Correct. But what about this hesitation?
Correct. In fact, many times the first bias is कि ये बड़े कंपनियों के लिए ही है कि हमारे पास ना इतना मार्केटिंग का बजट है ना हमें जानकारी होगी कि कस्टमर्स को क्या चाहिए एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट राइट it's only when sort of we start the selling partners actually come on stage and say how they started their journey and how it slowly they started building the skills required for e-commerce that sort of the anxiety gets released therefore जो अवेयरनेस क्वेश्चन जैसे हम बात कर रहे थे पीछे बैक स्टेज में वो होना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि जो एंग्जाइटी है ये थोड़ी सी फियर ऑफ द अननोन कैटेगरी में है अभी आपके जैसे कितने ही पियर्स यहीं बैठे हैं जो ऑलरेडी इस एंग्जाइटी फेज से गुजर चुके हैं पिछले 1-2 साल पहले और दे आर नाउ ऑलरेडी $1 million बिजनेसेस ऑन ग्लोबल सेलिंग सो दैट इज द नंबर 1 स्टेप कि ये पॉसिबल है आप आपके घर में बैठ के आपके शहर को बिना छोड़े पूरे दुनिया के हर शहर में आपका प्रोडक्ट बिक सकता है ये आप समझ लीजिए कि बस ये हो ही सकता है ये हो ही सकता है क्योंकि इतने हजारों लाखों लोगों ने करके दिखाया है ऑलरेडी और मैं तो सिर्फ इंडिया की एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ बाकी के शहरों से बाकी के कंट्री से भी यही सेलर्स कर ही रहे हैं सो द टूल्स एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एग्जिस्ट आपको बस अपना थोड़ा सा मेंटल एडजस्टमेंट करना है कि मेरे प्रोडक्ट सिर्फ इंडियन कंज्यूमर्स के लिए क्यों हैं मेरे प्रोडक्ट सिर्फ इंडिया में क्यों बेच रहे हैं बाहर बेचना है तो क्या करना है and the 4 components that I talked about and how Amazon helps it.
तो उसी में से I want to take up one and that I think is the one that must be the scariest and that is the logistics part.
Correct.
So can you just take everybody including me through कि when someone you handhold them, you get them to that place, जब वो पहला order आएगा, पहले product का, what happens from there? What are the logistics? What do they do? What do you do?
करेक्ट सो अमेजोन आपको 2 तरह के लिस्टिंग करने को देता है एक तो बहुत ही सिंपल है कि आपका सामान आपके गोदाम में यहाँ रहेगा जब कस्टमर का ऑर्डर अमेरिका में आएगा आप यहाँ से शिप करेंगे इसको हम मर्चेंट फुलफिल्ड बोलते हैं इसका एडवांटेज है कि प्रोडक्ट्स आपके पास रहते हैं यहीं पे और ऑर्डर आने पे आप बेचते हैं और हमने कैफी कारियर से टाई अप किया इंक्लूडिंग इंडिया पोस्ट एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट कि 1 by 1 ऑर्डर आप जा सकते हैं इसका डिसएडवांटेज ये रहता है कि जब ऑर्डर आता है तभी आप बेचते हो तो उसका ट्रांजिट टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा होता है 14 to 20 days लगते हैं एंड सो ऑन सो फोर्थ तो कभी कभी कस्टमर जब ये इतना लॉन्ग लीड टाइम देखते हैं तो वो ऑर्डर प्लेस ही नहीं करते सो आपको उसका पूरा जो बेनिफिट है लिस्टिंग का वो नहीं मिलता एज अगेंस्ट दूसरा जो मॉडल बहुत ज़्यादा पॉपुलर है एंड इट इज़ बिकमिंग इंक्रीज इवन अ हायर शेयर ऑफ सेलर बेस दैट इज अडॉप्टिंग इज फुलफिल्ड बाय अमेजॉन विच मीन्स आप थोड़ा थोड़ा सामान हमारे गोदाम में फॉरवर्ड डिप्लॉय करके भेज दीजिए इन एंटिसिपेशन ऑफ अ कस्टमर ऑर्डर राइट ना कितना सामान बेचना है कौन से प्रोडक्ट का सामान बेचना है अगर मैं शर्ट बना रहा हूँ तो चेकर्ड शर्ट व्हाइट चेकर्ड शर्ट का इतना बेचना है ब्राउन का इतना बेचना है कैसे पता चलेगा ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन आपको कस्टमर एनालिटिक्स से मिल जाती है और थोड़ा रिकमेंडेशन मिल जाता है आपके अकाउंट मैनेजर्स आपको हेल्प करते हैं द बिग डेल्टा इज आपको बहुत ज़्यादा हजारों करोड़ों पीस भेजने की जरूरत नहीं है क्योंकि मुझे लोएस्ट शिपिंग रेट चाहिए क्रॉस बॉर्डर लॉजिस्टिक्स के लिए जो अमेजॉन का सेंड प्रोग्राम बना हुआ है उसकी अभी एयर शिपिंग अवेलेबल है ओशन शिपिंग अवेलेबल है आपने फुल कंटेनर भेजना है आप फुल कंटेनर भेज सकते हैं पार्शियल कंटेनर भेजना है पार्शियल कंटेनर भेज सकते हैं ये जो पूल्ड नेगोशिएटेड रेट्स आपको अवेलेबल हैं दैट मेक्स इट वेरी सिंपली राजीव यू वोंट बिलीव वी हैव सेलर्स हु सेंड हर हफ्ते शिपमेंट जाती हैं उनकी हर एवरी other week they are sending shipments because they are sending their shipments they are observing how customers are reacting to that and then they are changing their strategy ये इतना flexible हो गया है कि जो पुराना जहन में रहता है कि मुझे हजारों आइटम एक साथ भेजने और नहीं बिकेंगे तो क्या होगा ये पूरा कॉन्सेप्ट ही चेंज हो गया है अभी मार्जिनल इन्वेंट्री भेजते रहिए कस्टमर कैसे रिएक्ट कर रहा है वो देखते रहिए और आप एवरी सो ऑफन कस्टमर को वेयर हाउस में इन्वेंट्री भेज सकते हैं
I think that's very impressive. And I think your initial hesitation है, I think these are the points that I think are taking away. So अब एक और number that I find very astounding and I want to throw this out to the audience is कि Bhupen spoke about the fact कि India से already $8 billion का export हुआ है, right?
Just on global selling program.
And just for me to make everybody else understand is कि 8 billion का number थोड़ा सा ये dollars में है, right? I'm going to ask someone right in the front, maybe one of the people here. Ma'am in black with the glasses. How many million make a billion? Usually, to you. The normal number is almost always wrong. Oh, all right. So I'm obviously going with the wrong people to make my point, but you made the point right. It's not the normal. हम लोग करते हैं. We usually think 10 or 100 million make a billion, but it's actually 1,000 million.
Correct.
So now you just think about 8 billion is $8,000 million worth of export from India. Then you do the multiplication of that into 82, 83 rupees as the conversion per dollar. This is a unbelievable number. अगर आप लोग अभी you've been told not to use your phone for too long, but for a second अगर आप calculator पे करोगे तो maybe that number will not even come right now. It will go into a .e. This is an incredible number. लेकिन इसको थोड़ा सा breakup करते हैं, like we have, you know, in our world of content and everything else, we have a top 5 of everything, right? Even an Instagram reel is top 5 ways to use your phone otherwise. Are there certain things in this 8 billion that you're also very surprised about? India से क्या जा रहा है जो $8 billion का export हो गया यहाँ पे through you?
Exactly, and I think I'll anchor back to जो मैंने पहले एक number बोला था. Yes, there will be top selling categories in Asian, but एक important चीज़ है कि 26 crores, 260 million unique products में ये distributed है. So literally, and why does this work? Customers all over the world always want variety of selection. Selection. जैसे आपके Amazon के account managers भी आपको बोलते हैं. Selection रखो. There is always a customer base who's interested in knowing about your product and experiencing your product and recommending and perhaps purchasing your product again, right? So if you think about 200 million plus Prime members, उनके wide variety of tastes हैं, उनके साल भर में demands अलग-अलग होती हैं depending on festival, birthdays and all of that stuff. There are some categories that are always very staple because they are everyday consumption and so on, right? Things like home decor, home textiles and so on. Typically हमारे यहाँ कैसे थोड़ा सा bias हो गया because India में e-commerce is largely associated still with electronic goods. But बाहर ऐसे नहीं है. बाहर actually the largest categories are what people have in their homes, which is bed sheets, curtains, table linen, kitchen utensils. We have a company called Folk Culture that I was talking about earlier. They just make wide variety of spatula sets and oven mitts and aprons, right? So all of these things that people consume on a daily basis is really the largest category. Then of course apparel aata hai. Apparel maybe there are sort of new niches that are coming about, especially related to luggage. Luggage हम देख रहे हैं कि India से bags and tote bags and all of that are quite popular, especially because India has big strengths in leather, so that side of the category is also doing really, really well. I spoke a little bit about new categories that are getting created, right? Who would have thought confectionery items can go from India all the way to America and sell? It's this whole sprinklers and cake decor items and all of that stuff, right? STEM toys, Dwanil said is here. He's going to speak a little bit about it. Skillmatics is such a fantastic. They just literally defined that space of creating educational STEM toys for children of all ages. So it's amazing how much customers are actually reacting to the products that are getting and how the ecosystem is creating new products for these diverse customer needs.
No, I think this is excellent. Now, this is my last one because I'm already being told from out there that we've already gone over time. But I always believe कि एक ऐसे event में where people have come to do something dramatic, something different, something which they do want to do. It should be about action, not about absorbing, hearing, and then taking decisions. So, अगर आपने so many entrepreneurs out here, so many people that have come with great aspiration out here कि कुछ करेंगे. So I want you to tell them in 2 sentences. One, what's the thing that they should do here today to make sure जो आपने यहाँ पे पूरा का पूरा event किया है, they get the maximum benefit. What's the action they should take here today? And the second, what's the first thing they should do as soon as they go back? So 2 quick sentences to end
Absolutely.
it all.
And for people who are prospects or looking to sign on, please make sure you should be registration complete. This is so simple now with your IEC code and all of that. You can just be registered complete here today. Please make sure you do that. And please make sure you talk to the Ask Me Anything booths about how can, after registration complete, you can quickly start your listing journey. That's for the new prospects. For customers for selling partners who are already on our platform, we actually have a lot of advanced sessions on how do you improve the discoverability of your products and how do you expand into different categories. So please make sure you focus on the advanced learning parts that are happening in the afternoon. And that would sort of be my two takeaways, one for the new people who want to sign on the platform and the people who are already on the platform.
Okay, I think this is excellent. So I hope this has been helpful. I think this is very, very aspirational and very, very something that has made me feel that this is an excellent opportunity. So जो $8 billion हो गया है, I'm hoping that from this session and the year that comes from all of you, this goes very quickly to $16 billion और मैं अपना Swiss bank account का number यहाँ पे flash कर दूंगा. एक छोटी commission मेरे को दे देना उसमें से. So we are good to go with that. I wish you all the best of luck. Use this opportunity. बहुत बड़ी opportunity है. And I really hope that this is what propels you forward into becoming one of the biggest exporters from India. Thank you so much. Let's thank Bhupen also, please. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Huge round of applause for both Rajiv and Bhupen.
Thank you.
Let's hear the claps going.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Bhupen. Thank you, Rajiv, for the lots of technical tech gyan. E-commerce exports is truly demystified. सदियों साल पहले दूर देशों से लोग हमारे देश आए आयुर्वेदा, स्पाइसेस और चाय की खोज में. आज वही चीज़ें और उनसे जुड़ी कहानियाँ हमारे ब्रांड्स पहुँचा रहे हैं उन्हीं दूर देशों में. Kicking off our next segment, the Big Brand Theory, our version of Coffee Chat on building brands. Our next moderator, Ms. Chan Mazumdar, has over 19 years of experience in business strategy and public policy across corporate and government sectors in US and India. In her role as leader, export enablement and marketing, Amazon Global Selling, she's exploring synergies between marketing and public policy to drive impact on e-commerce exports. Suni tells me we may or may not have a rapid fire round, but there's no coffee hamper, huh? So let's give it up for Chan Mazumdar.
Hi, hello everyone. So my session is supposed to be a little fun because that's kind of what I stand for. I do a bunch of public policy, I'm trying my hand at marketing. Everything should be done with a spirit that we are having fun, we are telling our story, we are making a name for ourselves in the global brand. Yes. So the session is called very, very innovatively by my team, they call it the Big Brand Theory, where I'll chat with two experts in brand building, Dhwanil Seth and Karthik Srinivasan. One of them has built a successful global toys brand, and the other is an ace storyteller and brand strategist. So what does it take to build a successful global brand? I think about it actually every day. I'm sure everyone, you do. Of course, it's revenue. Of course, it's growth. But you make this product with so much love. You want to tell this story. You want someone to buy it, open it, and feel the love and the care and the pride with which you have made it. So we'll have a quick chat with Dhwanil and Karthik, and because they will both agree that brand is more than just its numbers. It is defined by its purpose, how it resonates with its customers, and how it tells its story. And then building a brand on Amazon has its own nuances. Let me start with introducing our guests. First, we have Dhwanil Seth, the founder of Skillmatics, a toy brand that makes innovative educational toys and games for children. Welcome, Dhwanil. Excited to have you here. My second guest is an expert on all things brand and storytelling. Meet Karthik Srinivasan. We're thrilled to have you here. Welcome, Karthik. Welcome, Dhwanil. Okay. So before we start off, Dhwanil, if you could just say a couple of lines about you, who you are, what you stand for, and your brand.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us here and being able to share our story. Hopefully, it's inspirational to all the budding sellers here who want to go global. So my name is Dhwanil Seth. I started a company called Skillmatics. We make educational toys and games for children. I would say the entire company was built, leveraging the amazing Amazon global selling platform. And obviously, I'll talk more about it, but that's what we do.
Karthik, what about you?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here. This place is hugely impressive. I'm Karthik Srinivasan. I've spent about 20 plus years in marketing and advertising and public relations, including a company's name that I'm not supposed to take here. It's called Flipkart. But I have not bought anything from Flipkart in the last 7 or 8 years. It's default Amazon when it comes to buying things online.
That's what we want to hear, Karthik, I guess. Dhwanil, we'll start off with you. So toys exports from India is growing exponentially. It's fantastic. Last year, the sector recorded almost a 240% increase in nominal numbers. Tell us what inspired you to build a toy brand back in 2016. I would love to know about your vision. How did you know this sector will become what it has? And love to know your learnings.
I think my experience was, this is way back in 2015, 16, and I was living and working in the US. And I used to work in consulting and worked mostly with offline retailers. And it was very obvious to me that, e-commerce was the future. Every category was moving online. And obviously I was young and naive, and I guess the thing that I saw was that why is there no brand from India? Because I was living in Canada, but there were brands from Europe, there were brands from, even Japan, obviously a lot of American brands, but really there was no brand that had actually come from India. And my whole idea was that, with technology platforms like Amazon, eventually this will become easier to do. And so I, quit my job, moved back to India. And why I like this category in particular is that I think what we saw is that globally parents were looking for alternatives to screen time. All parents today are very concerned about overexposing children to screens, and I felt if we could build educational products which are actually better for their kids, and at the same time are engaging and can keep kids off screens, I felt that was a very big opportunity. And I felt that India, we have such a strong education system that, the quality of products that we could make would be very competitive. And so obviously this was all an idea at the time. I started the business. First 3 years, we were, I think, 2 people, then we went to about 10 people. We went the traditional way of exports. We went to all these trade fairs that they have internationally. No one gave us any business because we were young. 2, historically India had no sort of legacy manufacturing in this sector. So it was all dominated by China. And so, but we were convinced that we had a world-class product. And then, thank God, 3 years in, we managed to launch on the Amazon global selling platform. And we did $100,000 of sales in 12 days. And then I think the rest is history. And, I think that's the real power of this platform, that if you really have a good product, you don't need some buyer in the middle to approve whether your product is good or not. The consumer will decide. And then, fast forward, obviously now 7 years, based on our success on Amazon today, we are in about 20,000 offline stores in the US also. Everything from Walmart to Target to Barnes and Noble. And now no buyer asks any questions, right? They just go look at the Amazon rankings and they're like, bhai, please sell in our stores also.
Yeah.
So I think that's the opportunity for everybody in this room. And that's the power of the global selling platform.
Love that story, Dhwanil. I have a 9-year-old, so we have buy a bunch of Skillmatics. So we're playing Harry Potter with my daughter. She will learn all the answers and then she wants to play again so that she can win. So great work, Dhwanil. Great work. Karthik, storytelling is a must-have, obviously, for brands today. How do you think Indian brands going global should tell their story? And if you could just give examples of some brands that stand out for you.
So when it comes to storytelling, most people think big. You need big marketing budgets, big advertising budgets. So obviously there are some large brands from India like say Infosys, Wipro, HCL. They've gone global. They become very successful. And there are also consumer brands like Royal Enfield, which have actually started selling outside. There is Mahindra, which can be cited in multiple countries. But these are the big brands. There is also the parallel school of thought where you say, think small, look at the details. For instance, consider a product like, say, Peter England. How many of you think that Peter England is a foreign brand? It's not. It's a not foreign brand, but it's called Peter England. Alan Solly. Many people think it's a foreign brand because when you see the ads, you see foreign models in it. I was in the agency when they actually started advertising. Their whole approach was, let's show foreign people so Indians will think it's aspirational. Those days are gone. You need to show Indians so that Indians will buy it. But think small. Smaller products. Take an example of Wow Skin Sciences, which is available on Amazon product. If you actually search for Wow Skin Sciences in Amazon.in versus Amazon.com, you will actually see the differences. The product has made in India written for the Indian version. There is no made in India written for the foreign version. Why? Because they are actually trying to sell it as an international product, not necessarily Indian product. But if you take some categories like Ayurveda, it makes sense to pump up that Indianness. So they actually put India, made in India, in other products like Swa Organics. It is mentioned very clearly, made in India, and it's Ayurveda. So it makes sense to actually do that. So storytelling starts from very, very small things like that. I'll give you one more interesting example. There is a product called Nature Vibe, which is available on Amazon. They sell one moringa powder. It's available in India and US. In the Indian listing, there is no use case what to do with moringa powder because most people in India know how to use it. But in the US, people don't even know what a moringa powder is or how to use it. So they actually added one screen which says, make avocado toast with moringa powder. That's also story because you need to tell them how to use the product when they don't know what the product itself is. So think small, make it reliable and relevant for their customers. Then people will actually buy your story and buy your product also.
That's lovely, Karthik. That's such great examples. So Dhanil, you have done a great job of building a brand both on and off Amazon, right? You already spoken about you're keeping it in like other offline retailers. Did you follow a differential strategy?
I think initially Amazon is just the best place, and I would put all your effort into making your brand as clear and differentiated to the consumer. You know, Amazon has got fantastic tools now, the brand store, you know, again, encourage you to learn as much of all the capabilities that Amazon has. It allows you to send sort of updates of new products to your, you know, existing customers. So I think for the first few years, we just focused on being as good as we potentially could on Amazon, right? Ensuring, you know, to Karthik's point, you know, we also represent Skillmatics as an international brand. Like an average American consumer has no clue that, you know, that we're sort of, you know, Indian originated, right? Because again, the India angle is not as powerful as opposed to like yoga, or Ayurveda, or, you know, handcrafts or something. So you make sure you're using good imagery, good product photos, lifestyle images, videos. I think there was a session earlier today. So I think that was the focus. And I think everyone should focus just on like doing the best they can on Amazon initially. As you grow bigger, we've then expanded and tried different things. So now we have like a lot of influencers. We do some television advertising. But I don't think that is required in the beginning. But yes, as you grow larger, it is important to then have a sort of 360-degree marketing plan, which is, you know, online, offline as well.
Do you have any views on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I said earlier, think big is one, think small is another. Think from a product listing perspective itself. How do you be relevant from a product listing point of view to your audiences who are not Indian at all? Because you know how Indian audiences behave, what kind of interest areas or interest days that are there for selling in India. For instance, Diwali is a time, Navratri is a time, New Year is a time, those are the times that matters. But in the US, you need to look at Black Friday, you need to look at Halloween, you need to look at Christmas, you need to look at the Super Bowl that just happened last week. These are the times that people buy more products, certain kind of products more often. So you need to incorporate them in your listing. For that, you need to do the research of what works in that country, not just US. It could be France, it could be Canada, it could be Dubai, any other country. You need to do the research and then add those listings so that it makes sense for them.
Got it. All right, so brand building is hard work, but I think it should also be fun. So next I have a small quiz for you. It's called Brand Blind Date. I'll read out taglines to both of you, and fastest fingers first, I guess. Okay. All right, so the first question is, a beauty brand with the tagline, hide nothing, which is the brand name?
Hide nothing.
Hide nothing. I think there's someone here.
You can open up to the audience.
It can't be jockey, right? Because it does hide something.
Sorry? No, it's minimalist. Yes, yeah.
Minimalist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then the next one is India's finest teas, spices, and herbs brand.
This is my friend, Vadam.
Ah, nice, nice. All right, great. So, points to Dhwanil. Sorry, don't have a hamper, but like points to you. So, Dhwanil, so which emoji describes your ideal customer, not a smiley?
I guess ideal customer would be the family emoji. The parents and the children,
With the kids.
because that's what we hope our brand can facilitate. I would say the worst customer would be the angry emoji when you get that 1-star review. So yeah, that would be the
And the vomit one, I guess.
just the angry one. Maybe.
Got it. Karthik, which is a cool new marketing trend that you like?
Actually, there is one cool new marketing trend which I wouldn't recommend at all, which is actually lying to be in the news, which happened last week with Poonam Pandey, who she said she was dead, but she was very much alive. So I wouldn't recommend anybody to use that marketing trend at all. Use the truth, be honest, and make news. That's far better that way.
Got it. Yeah. All right. Any parting thoughts, Dhwanil?
I mean, my only
some
parting
tips,
thought,
yeah.
I mean, is that getting onto Amazon global selling is it's the most no-brainer decision you could all take. It is life-changing, and I would encourage all of you all to make sure that you all give it your best shot. And my only one last parting thought is just remember that these are not Indian consumers. And so please make the effort to understand that their preferences is very different. And so just try and understand that. And if you tailor your product to that, the sky is really the limit. So yeah, that's pretty much my part.
Karthik.
One pretty important thing. So since Amazon helps you think from a selling point of view, as he said, think more and spend more time about your target audiences, target customers. And I'm saying this as somebody who spent 20 years in the marketing and advertising industry. Now, if you're going to sell to the US, you need to know what is the #1 social media platform in US so that you can market in that platform. Which is the #1 social media platform in the US right now? TikTok. And it's banned in India. But do you know he has a TikTok page for the product? It's got 20,000 plus followers. There are posts in it. You need to be available on that platform. It's banned only in India, but it's not banned in the US. You can access it through VPN for marketing purposes only in the US. You need to be there. You need to talk to them in the way they understand. Then you actually drive customers towards your page on Amazon, then they come and buy it. So you need to build interest to your product, think like them. What are the things that interest them? Be in the places that they spend time on, and then drive traffic towards Amazon.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dhwanil.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, Karthik.
Thank you so much,
Wrap it
Sham.
up today. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Now that was an insightful session, wasn't it? Like so crisp, so clear, like storytelling is the key, ladies and gentlemen. It's just not getting a best product, storytelling. Thank you so much for that. So I think we already checked with all of you here, like how many of you are part of our family who are already part of Amazon Global Selling family? We saw that, right? Show of hands, how many are selling on Amazon.in? All right, ladies and gentlemen, time to buckle up. You're getting into the bigger leagues now, all right? 300 million customer base worldwide. Yeah, that's what you have in store. How many of you are doing exports in the conventional method today? Okay, all right. And you have one more platform, and for the rest of you, we have the next session which is going to clarify all of your doubts. Our next speaker is a very, very dynamic personality. Right? Business leader at Amazon Global Trade. Having spent 6 years in Amazon, he's led several programs in seller advertising, category management, and other initiatives that solve challenges faced by Indian sellers and customers. Whether it be a sales pitch or like a, expressive poem, he's always got it in back pocket, right? He's like more like a seedhi baat, no bakwas kind of a guy. And in the same andaz mein, He's going to tell you how global selling can be your preferred e-commerce export partner. Please welcome Srinidhi Kalvapuri, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't I tell you?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible? All right. Malik, Export Connect है, exports है, दुनिया में पहचान बनानी है. दुनिया में पहचान बनाने से पहले दुनिया तक आवाज तो जानी चाहिए ना. और यहाँ जो तालियां बजी हैं, ये दिल्ली बॉर्डर भी नहीं क्रॉस करेंगी अभी. और हमें सरहद पार करना है. जोर से. और एक बार ट्राई करते हैं, क्योंकि दुबई तक तो पहुंच गए हम अभी. एंड इट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इमर्जिंग मार्केट फॉर अस. अब दुबई तक पहुंच गए तो यूरोप तक चले जाते हैं, ज्यादा दूर नहीं है वहां से. So let's try again. I'll count down from 3. So let's try again. All right. When I count to 1, right, I want it to be even louder cheering and clapping than before. Yes? 3, 2, 1. What a wonderful audience, right? But एक दुविधा है अभी भी, क्योंकि अभी भी हम बस यूरोप तक पहुंचे हैं. And our biggest marketplace is the US, which is further west. Right? अगर उन तक आवाज नहीं जाएगी तो वो बुरा मान जाएंगे, and we cannot afford that, right? So this time I'm going to count down from 5, right? And maybe your loudest claps and your loudest cheers possible. Yes? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Devi और सज्जनों. Good afternoon. Adab, Namaskar. My name is Srinidhi Kalvapudi, and I'm the business head for Amazon Global Selling. Wanted to thank all of you, first of all, for making it today to the Export Connect 2024. We are very, very happy and glad and privileged to have you here. We know that the situation outside is not exactly peaceful and a lot of traffic and stuff like that. Thank you so much for coming here. हम आपके बहुत 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 आभारी हैं. Since the morning, we've heard various speakers. We've heard Vivek talk about technology, the introduction to global selling, exports. We've had our government partners. We heard from Bhupen. You heard from some of our sellers, right? So now I'm going to talk about, I'm going to get a little more brass tacks, right? And we're going to get into a little more, sort of details, of our business, right? So that's what we're going to do over the next, 10, 15 minutes or so. Yes? So without further ado, we'll begin. So I got a question for you. So I'm sure the names on the slide are clearly visible. Of course, all of these names, all of these are sellers and brands who have done extremely well on Amazon Global Selling. They're very successful on Amazon Global Selling, right? So that's one thing that is going in common for all of them. Now, my question to the audience is that what else is common amongst all these brands? Maybe give you a few seconds for that. Anybody apart from Amazon people can answer this question. Sir? Of course, they're Indian sellers. Yeah, they're consumer based. Well, actually, the real answer, ladies and gentlemen, actually is that, they have nothing in common, right? And, that's the point I'm trying to make. If you look at this, right, there are names here, like, for instance, Vadam, Skillmatics, you've already heard from before. These are essentially export-first brands, right? They started off in the export markets, in the international markets first, and, India was just an afterthought for them. If you look at some names like Wow, Mamaearth, and stuff like that, they started off in the domestic market and then started to expand, outwards from there, right? There are people who did not have a D2C brand to begin with. They were exporters and, they made a D2C brand a name for themselves in the international markets, right? And, there are all these well-known brands like, your Himalayas, ITC, Marico is not up there, but Marico is also an important partner, Titan, right? Fab India, all of these, Dabur, all of these people who are very well-known brands, established FMCG, traditional, kind of brands, kind of organizations, which have done very well here and, started to expand outside. So the point is this, that, one of the questions that we always get asked is, hey, what kind of brands do well, right? So the question is, you don't really have to be a particular type of brand. It's not as though, you need experience either in the Indian markets or you need to be a very big name, right? Or you need to sell in a particular category. So the point is that, anybody, right, any kind of brand, any kind of seller with any kind of background can actually succeed on Amazon global selling. And it is very, very important to remember that. The next question that we always get asked is, yaar, bikta kya hai? Right? And actually the answer to that question, the real answer to that question is that, and we always say that, Malik, ye pucho ki kya nahi bikta hai? Right? So that's the kind of stuff that sells, right? There's the, toys, of course, we've heard from, a lot of our, toys people. Kitchen is an important category. Beauty, home decor is another important category. Leather, again, one of India's specialities. We sell a lot of leather luggage, health and personal care. You name it, we sort of have it, right? Apparel sells, jewelry sells, furniture sells, books sell. Everything sells, right? So all we need is a product market fit. So aisa nahi hai ki you need to be a particular kind of brand with a particular kind of pedigree, having a particular kind of background, right? It's very, very important to remember that. The other question that we always get asked is that, hey, then this must be a game of people in the metros, right? Or people from, bigger cities and, so on and so forth. And every day, we ourselves are surprised at the export potential that some of our tier 2 and tier 3 brands, sort of seem to hold, right? So, and you're seeing that, right? We have people from Indore, from Erode, right? And, UP, that entire area. So it's not a game that's sort of limited to either metros or, tier 1 cities and, so on and so forth. It's very, very, very important to remember this, right? That anybody selling anything from anywhere has the potential to succeed on Amazon global selling, right? And that is very, very, very important to remember. It's not as though you need a particular kind of background, you need a particular kind of expertise. All you need to do have is a great product, with the right product market fit, and things are sorted. So it's very, very, very important to remember that. Around 7 or 8 years back, when we started our entire Amazon global selling journey, back in 2015, one of the things that we also used to say that, hey, look at this as, maybe another extra source of income for you, right, apart from your Indian business. And, we've also learned, we've also evolved over a period of time. Things have also changed over a period of time. And what we are realizing is that perhaps no business plan today is complete without at least a meaningful evaluation of their global market opportunity, right? And this is something that we've been trying to get across to people, and this is something that we really want to get across to people, that बिना global markets को evaluate किए आप कोई भी business plan नहीं बना सकते हैं, right? You need to have a very meaningful evaluation of that, because gone are the days. I think Vivek was also talking about it in the morning. Gone are the days when exports was some really a black hole kind of thing where you did not really understand what needs to be done. It was largely offline exports and so on and so forth. So that's not really the case. So it's very, very important for you to always look out for global market opportunities, right? So having said all of this, let's hear from some of our sellers who have actually made it big on Amazon global selling with us.
When we looked at this space, more on the problem solving backed by data and science. And that exactly the reason why Minimalist started.
Inspiration behind Shumi was the power of play, because play is a very important aspect in a kid's life in the early years.
So when we began the journey, we were very, very clear that we want to build a global Indian brand. And for doing that, the access of Amazon is absolutely brilliant.
हमारा total business हुआ करता था less than 2%, लेकिन now it has grown to I think more than 25%.
Amazon Global is a program in which they are not just promoting exports, they are promoting brands.
Amazon has been a very integral part of our whole growth story.
Quite frankly, I don't think Skillmatics would be where it is today without the sort of strong partnership we've had with Amazon and in particular the Amazon Global Selling team.
Indian toy है, Indian brand है और ये export हो रहा है अब दुनिया में. It's actually a great feeling.
ये हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि हमारा मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट इंटरनेशनल ब्रांड्स के साथ कॉम्पिटिट कर पा रहा है और लोगों को पसंद आ रहा है.
Yeah, so you heard from some of our champions, and then let's talk through what are some of our credentials, right? Of course, we talked about people who have gotten successful. Let me talk about our credentials, and why is it that we think we can really help you in your journey to be an international brand, right? So as I was saying earlier, we started sometime in 2015, right? That was when we actually started off. In 2018, when we started our what we call as our Amazon Service Provider Network. Uh, because with cross-border trade, there are a lot of I won't call them complications, but a lot of process compliance, etc. That comes in. There is statutory compliances. There is logistics, there is regulation, and stuff like that, right? And beyond a point, obviously, Amazon cannot get into all of that. So we developed a very robust service provider network, to actually help you. And these are vetted third-party service providers. They're vetted by us, right? And they're available to you, for you to take services from them, right? 2019 is when we started signing MOUs with several state governments, and we continue to do that. And we believe that that's a very important part of our work, right? Because we are not simply enabling people to buy and sell. We are also sort of trying to enable an overall ecosystem around this entire space of e-commerce exports. And that's a part of our work that we take very seriously. And that's a part of our work we believe that is going to have a lot of downstream long-term impacts, right? In 2020 is when we had for the first time crossed 2 billion in cumulative e-commerce exports, right? In 2021, we launched a Propel Accelerator program, which was specifically targeted towards D2C startups, right? By 2022, we had touched $5 billion in cumulative exports, and by the end of 2023, we've already touched $8 billion in cumulative exports. Malik, तालियां तो बनती हैं इसके लिए. And by 2025, right? And this is our pledge to the government of India that we are going to enable $20 billion in cumulative e-commerce exports by 2025, right? So that's sort of our journey as Amazon Global Selling, right? And those are sort of our credentials, and why we believe that we are the right partners for you in your aspirations to take your brand global. So what is this e-commerce opportunity, with global selling that we are talking about, the Amazon Global Selling, right? And a bunch of us already spoke about this before. We're talking about around 18 plus marketplaces worldwide, including .com, EU, all our emerging markets, MENA, Australia, Japan, you name it, we have it. And obviously there are hundreds of millions of prime customers that are available for you to sell to, in all of these advanced, economies. And of course, all of our, sale events, right? And we have at least, 10 to 15 sale events that are, happening throughout the year, right? So that's sort of, what we have, in store for you. So these are some of the countries, some of the important countries. We of course have presence in a lot more, but these are some of the important countries that we go to, be it US, UK, Germany, and Mexico, Spain, MENA, in all of these marketplaces. And the next question, of course, is that, hey, how would you support us? How would you enable us to actually go global, right? I already talked about the service partner network that we have, the service provider network that we have, that is sort of an enabling third-party ecosystem, right? We also understand that there are still a lot of compliances, statutory compliances, etc. That come with doing exports. So we have a entire export compliance dashboard that is sort of built to make this journey for you sort of easier. We conduct, regular education sessions, seller education, and partner education sessions, for us to sort of demystify everything. Listings, of course, we have, listing support. We are going to talk about this. My colleague is going to talk about this subsequently in the next presentation. But we have several, channels of fulfillment for you. I believe Bhupen also spoke about it. Briefly touched upon it. We have our own fulfillment channel, then you could also fulfill by yourself what we call as the merchant fulfill network, right? And we have our own logistics solution, Amazon-owned logistics solution that we build, we call Send, right? So there is support that is available. The point I'm trying to make is there is support that is available at every step of the way. Again, I think, one of the things that I also want to talk about, and according to me very important, is that, well, of course, we keep talking about, hey, there are these hundreds of millions of customers that are available worldwide, but giving you insights in terms of what do they buy, how do they buy these things, and what is the right pricing, what are the right attributes, and so on and so forth, right? I believe that that's a very important information, very important analytics that we provide to anybody who's aspiring to go big on Amazon global selling, right? Because without that, I think, starting off your journey is going to become difficult. So that is another, support, that we essentially provide, right? So this is what we talked about. We have logistic solutions, we have solutions for compliance, we have solutions for listing, we have advertising tools. SPN I already talked about, right? And we have consumer insights and our entire education initiatives that we continue to do for all of our selling partners, right? So the fact of the matter is that there is really and I would like to repeat what I said earlier. There is really no excuse today to not think about the global markets, right? It's very, very important. Maybe 10 years back, we would have said, hey, it's a black hole, we don't really understand this entire export space. But the way things have been easing up, with the work that Amazon Global Selling particularly has been putting into it, I would urge everybody, request everybody to treat all the global markets, this global business opportunity, on par with, or sometimes even higher than, the domestic, markets, because, that's the kind of potential that is, sort of available, right? And the best part of my job, there are a lot of good parts of my job, but the best part of my job is the sense of pride that all of us get, when we see our Indian names, right, sort of making a name for themselves, on the international space. There is no feeling, that sort of beats it. And, every day when you look back and say that, hey, I've been a part of the journey, right, that's a great feeling, right? So that's my request. You can clap louder also. So that's my request, I'm sure all of us have stories to tell, right? And we would love to help you tell that story to the world, right? So please join Amazon Global Selling today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Srinidhi. I'm sure अब तालियां तो US तक पहुंच ही गई हैं. Coming up next is a very special session. One of the most energetic and enthusiastic sellers of our platform, Mr. Krishna Murari, founder of Indoor Cottington, is here with us today. One of the top sellers in the home and kitchen category, and he's been with Amazon since its inception in 2017. He has over 80 plus product categories, and he's here to share his inspiring journey for global expansion. A huge round of applause for Krishna Murari.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Krishna Murari Iswar, and I am based out of Indore. Our factory is located in Indore, a special economic zone. We have started selling on Amazon in 2015 from USA. Amazon global sales team reached out to us in 2015. Initially, we have some challenges, and that they guided us, like brand registration, logistic, and further banking process. So these are the initial challenges which we solve with the help of Amazon officer, and continuously we grow. They guided us, or unke guidance how to grow our brand, how to accelerate our revenue, how to make it better and better. So it was a really long process, and there is some initial challenges in terms of, like, if we are selling in India, there is only we need to match our bank account with our sales books. But in export cases, there is multiple things we need to do. Once we receive the order, document preparation, for export. Then once we receive the money, BRC and EDPMS closure, etc., etc. So still we are facing this issue, like BRC is one of the bigger challenges for us. Already DGFT from KB sir mentioned all about how BRC and all this process will be easier for all the export sellers. Apart from this, definitely the cycle is quite longer. In B2B, if we do export, immediately we get the funding from any bill discounting, so many players in for traditional regular B2B export. But for B2C, there is no such kind of facility. They can give us the immediately working capital, and our banking is working with traditional pattern. They don't have much products for the e-commerce. So working capital challenges, and at the same time manpower who know about all this process, because e-commerce there is no any experienced team available in our society. So it was also challenging. Then definitely logistic. Since last 1.5 years, it is now fully set, because Acceptment and Amazon also solved the problem with Mux line. So Mux, we need to hand over the consignment. After that, they do take care, and also Acceptment is helping us in a very good way. During the COVID time, we faced lot of challenges for the logistic purpose only. Like container freight cost was very higher, and unable to get the appointment with Amazon FC. So these are the challenges, and our achievement is we have a 345 on our regular basis manpower with working in our factory, and we have factory in a special economic zone. So apart from this, thank you. So I will and thank you for giving the chance.
आप ही के जैसे हैं. He's also been there, done that. You know why we have these kind of sessions? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. You know why we have these kind of sessions? To instill faith. कि हाँ ये तो कर चुके हैं, हम भी try कर लेते हैं, right? And that's the mindset we have all come here with. All right, thank you so much. At Amazon in general, you know, other than the innovations that all our leaders have already spoken about, at Amazon we're constantly working on building these new products which can, you know, solve or basically make export hassle-free for you on every step, right? So the next leader, Yenka Das, is here to tell us exactly why and what are the Amazon products which will provide you this experience. With over 9 years of experience in product, Yenka has worked across several verticals of product management such as FBA customer experience, FBA monetization. Apart from her personal achievements, Yenka is a globetrotter. She's traveled over 13 countries, not in the last 3 years, obviously, because you know we all know that. But anyway, let's welcome Yenka Das, and she'll take us through. Please, Yenka, the stage is all yours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We've had a few interesting and informative sessions already. Hope you've been having a good time, and I won't take a lot of time, but we're going to have another interesting and hopefully useful session for you. In the last session that was led by our business leader Srinidhi, we learned, or we got to know a little bit about the various tools that Amazon has that help you manage and start your business with Amazon Global Selling. In this session, I'm going to talk more about how you can leverage these Amazon technology solutions to export easily and accelerate your growth journey with Amazon. Okay. Now, the first step in really starting your export business is to understand the various compliance requirements that you need to meet and sort of understand, right? This may include things like export registration, documentations that you may need for your product that you're trying to export. This is where the Amazon Export Compliance Dashboard comes in. With the Amazon Export Compliance Dashboard, you'll not only be able to understand the various compliance regulations, but also would be able to meet these regulations by following easy self-service steps or get connected to our network of trusted service providers to obtain the documentation. Also, keeping in mind that compliance is often the first point of consideration among new exporters like yourself, we've made the dashboard available to all sellers even before you start selling on Amazon, which means you can access this dashboard before you start selling with Amazon. So while we've spoken a little bit about export requirements, compliance requirements at the beginning of your export journey, there are various compliance requirements that you need to fulfill as you start selling globally, right? And the Amazon Export Compliance Dashboard will help you on all areas of compliance, including things like product documentation, shipping documentation, payment and tax compliance. Okay, now that we've established how we, as Amazon, help you get started, the first really important step that you need to do is actually physically export your products and goods to customers globally. And with Amazon, you have two options to do that. There is FBA, which is Fulfillment by Amazon, and MFN, which is Merchant Fulfilled Network. Now let's take a closer look at each. With Fulfillment by Amazon, or FBA, you can send your inventory to Amazon's international warehouses, or called fulfillment centers. Amazon would then store your inventory, pack and ship your orders to the customers on your behalf. Now, why would you choose Fulfillment by Amazon? If you opt for FBA or Fulfillment by Amazon, you can focus on driving your business inputs, optimizing your business, really working on business strategy, and leave the rest to Amazon. So Amazon would take care of order delivery, customer service, as well as return processing. Additionally, all products that you send on FBA become eligible for Prime badging, which, of course, as we all know, drives a lot of visibility with the customers and may also impact your sales. Yeah. Now, with Fulfillment by Amazon, we understand how great product it is and how it really helps you grow your business. But the question that I'm guessing all of you would think is, how can Amazon help me send my FBA inventory easily to the warehouses abroad? This is where the Amazon Global Selling Shipping Solution, Send, comes in. Send is a cross-border shipping solution that enables you to ship your FBA inventory to Amazon warehouses abroad in a cost-effective and hassle-free manner by using Amazon's trusted network of carrier partners. Let us know a little more. So, Send is completely integrated with Seller Central. What that means is, as soon as you register on Amazon, you can simply start using Send without having to onboard specifically or do any additional paperwork to start using Send. Additionally, if you not only ship from India, but you also source your products from other non-India locations like Vietnam and China, you can continue using Send to ship your inventory directly from those locations into Amazon fulfillment centers in the US and in Europe. Now let's look at a little more around what are the benefits of Send. Now with Send, you can, as I briefly mentioned earlier, work with Amazon's trusted carrier partner and leverage negotiated rates at market competitive prices. Additionally, since Send is already integrated with your selling account, you have a seamless shipment booking as well as payment experience where all your shipping charges and applicable customs duty charges gets detected directly from your selling account, which means aapko separately, you don't have to settle your bills with the carrier or have any other modes of payment with Amazon. Additionally, we offer dedicated customer service for all your Send shipment and queries, which means anytime you have any questions or doubts regarding your Send shipments, we are there to support you 24/7. So using Send, you can ship either by air or by ocean, which air we have partnered with UPS and Shipment, and with ocean we've partnered with Maersk. Each of these carriers provides a variety of service levels as well as rates so that you can actually choose one carrier that suits your needs. Yeah, so as I said, Send offers cross-border shipping solution from a variety of locations so that whatever be your sourcing location or destination, we should be able to serve you. Now let's look at the second option which we have to fulfill your orders, which is MFN or Merchant Fulfill Network. Now with MFN, you can list your products on international Amazon marketplaces, you maintain your inventory with you in India, and only when you receive an order, you can ship your product directly to the customers overseas. So with MFN, you are expected to take care of order delivery, post-order services like return processing and customer service. And if you choose to do MFN, Amazon provides tools to help you streamline your MFN operations. The first one is Amazon Buy Shipping, which is an integrated shipping solution for MFN orders. So using Buy Shipping, you can send your orders directly to customers overseas, leveraging Amazon negotiated rates. And again, it's directly integrated into your seller account, so you should be able to use Buy Shipping after getting onboarded in a very seamless and simplified manner. You'll also be able to track your orders within your selling account as well as provide your customers end-to-end tracking, which of course is very, very important and a critical driver of customer experience. Additionally, if you use Buy Shipping, you'll also get a protection against any delivery-related feedback or negative customer feedback as long as you have handed over your products on time. Yeah, with Buy Shipping, you can ship with delivery from India to US and with Aramax from India to UAE and Saudi Arabia. Another key tool to really help streamline your business operations with MFN is a shipping settings automation tool, also known as the SSA tool. Now, why use shipping setting automation? In MFN, Amazon uses the transit time that you set against your product to estimate and show the delivery timelines to the customer. And as we all know, accurate and fast delivery times often is a key driver for customer experience and also leads to better sales and higher visibility among customers, right? So shipping setting automation is actually a transit time management tool that will help you set faster, automated, and accurate delivery timelines for your MFN orders so that you don't really have to sit and manually calculate the estimated delivery timelines and set it for each of your MFN offers. So far we've spoken about how we have products and technology solutions to help you get started, set up your business, ship your products to the customer. But we also have a host of tools that help you understand business opportunities, grow and optimize your growth on Amazon. And let's take a look at a few of them. Okay, so the quick start guide, it's a stepwise workflow for new sellers for the first 90 days of launch. What it has a list of mandatory as well as recommended growth driving actions that we would want sellers to explore as well as adopt to really drive early success, right? This could include things like brand registry, it includes A+ content, FBA enrollment, creating the first campaign for your sponsored ads. So this is really, really important. The second is the Product Opportunity Explorer, which helps sellers who are exploring new markets understand the customer demand behavior within that market to make product decisions and develop products which are suiting the demands of that market. Growth Opportunities, again, is a great tool. If you already have a big selection of product, Growth Opportunity will give you a list of immediate actionable recommendations that helps optimize your business and grow your business with your current product selection, right? It includes things to do to optimize your costs, to drive more traffic, and eventually business growth. And lastly, the Marketplace Product Guidance tool helps you expand to a new Amazon marketplaces by providing recommendations from your existing product catalog that have demand in a new marketplace. So all of these tools really, really help you get started early, get early success, understand customer behavior so that you're able to better serve the customer and eventually grow and expand your business. Yeah, so all of these tools that we spoke about are built specifically keeping in mind your needs as an exporter, and all of these tools are available in display in the pavilion on basement in the product spotlight zone. So I would request all of you to please go look for these products, understand how these products work, and we also have on-ground experts to walk you through any questions that you may have. Thank you for listening in, and all the best.
Thank you so much. My thing on. You switch it off your mic.
Yeah, very good. We're good to go. All right. Yanka, we're going to stop you here for a second now. So, we spoke about quite a few products, right?
Yeah.
Which is your favorite?
Kind of, yes. But let me answer that question for you. I think my favorite product is just the Amazon seller ecosystem, right? The marketplace, the products and programs, we kind of amalgamate it to build an ecosystem that helps sellers thrive. And I think that in itself is a beautiful and wonderful product.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Huge round of applause for Yanka Das.
Very interesting answer. Very interesting point that she pointed out. And I was actually looking at the crowd. I actually see some very, very young entrepreneurs here today. Nice. Because you know what? Great minds think alike. We are all starting early. You get what I'm saying? If you get what I'm saying, please clap. Okay, at least some of you got it. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, another critical stage in export is usually like cross-border logistics, right? And that's like one of the major issues why you would still be thinking, why should I do this? मतलब general customer sense है ना यार, हम सोचते हैं कि आज order किया, कल आ जाएगा.
और sellers हम सोचते हैं कि यार exports में same day delivery कैसे होगा?
So our leader Vidya Shenoy and her panel will solve these questions for you. She's actually going to like touch upon these pointers, why and what are the how we can solve these cross-border logistic issues, right? A quick intro to her, almost a decade-old Amazonian, Vidya. She's been with Amazon from when we were called Jungli. interesting. And she played a very pivotal role in the launch of Amazon Payments. And now she's a product lead for FBA Solutions for Cross Borders. Please welcome Vidya and her panel.
Huge round of applause, please.
Okay, I know it's almost lunchtime, and you know you guys are like, but please keep the cabs going because we're going to move into that real soon now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello and welcome everybody for the session panel discussion that we have today on the role of technology and the transformative role it plays in logistics. I think in the last couple of years, with the advent of technology, whether it's AI, we saw a couple of videos and discussion earlier today. Blockchain is estimated to impact $100 billion savings annually every year on just logistics, transportation, supply chain management. So the advent of all of these products has been extremely encouraging, not just for the overall industry, but also for the end customer satisfaction and for every exporter that we see today. I'm excited to welcome our panelists. Let me first invite Akshay Gulati on stage. Akshay is the co-founder of ShipRocket. He leads strategy and global expansion. Akshay is also an ex-Amazonian and excited to have him here today on stage. Thank you. Next panelist I'd like to welcome is Rishi Sabharwal. He's the national sales leader with Aramex Express. He's a veteran. He's been, he has over 21 years of experience, and he's here to share some of his stories on helping businesses expand globally, leveraging the solution of Express. Thank you, Rishi. Our third panelist for today is Pakshan Latiwala. Pakshan is the Chief Operating Officer at Bombino Express. He's a second-generation leader with them, driving strategy of technology and innovation. Thank you, and please, let's take a seat. So the first question that I have for all three of you all really is, how has the changing landscape in logistics impacted customer satisfaction across the globe and thereby the business of our exporters?
Okay, again, thank you, Vidya, and thank you, Amazon, for this opportunity. I think the changing landscape in terms of logistics becoming more efficient, more transparent, and more seamless. I mean, these days what's happening in the world doesn't make it feel like it with the Red Sea crisis happening, Q4 peak demand, but overall, supply chains have just gotten a lot more efficient. And I think this is something that has really changed the game in terms of, it's easy to say that all Indian sellers should sell globally. There is this opportunity, and I think Amazon's done a phenomenal job at enabling this. But at the end of the day, for example, for a small seller, it is a huge change, or it's a huge obstacle to overcome in their mind when they think of putting inventory overseas. While that may be the eventual outcome, initially dropship is usually, or MFN, like you call it, is usually the first mode of doing it. And in that case, customer trust becomes a huge challenge everywhere because a customer base, let's say in North America, is buying from a seller in India. Delivery timelines, if they're 10 to 12 days, can get delayed. There can be issues within the delivery itself. So that trust deficit is already there because you're buying from a seller overseas, albeit it's the Amazon platform. So if anything happens, you'll get your money back. But I think with supply chains becoming far more efficient, with transparency in terms of communication, and I think with data and analytics, especially on the custom side, you're able to minimize the outliers in terms of the exceptions that happen when products are not delivered in time. And I think that has been one of the biggest enablers. Technology has helped, but it is an overall amalgamation of stuff just becoming a lot more efficient, which allows sellers to take that first tentative step into global selling, whether it's listing their products on Amazon.com and shipping them from India directly, while either continuing their export business, while continuing their B2C business domestically. And then as they become more and more familiar, the solutions around FBA, around placing stuff in overseas warehouses with the Send program become a lot more feasible. And I think the barriers to entry have greatly reduced. So I think overall, it's a great time. It's never been a better time to be a seller globally.
Thank you. Thank you, Akshay.
Yeah, from the logistics point of view, as we understand that market is increasing, sellers are increasing, and they are looking at the different new markets across the globe. So it gives a leverage to the various logistic players also to innovate and see how they can give a better solution, a customized solution to their sellers, to the exporters. From the technology point of view, the warehousing needs are also, we have seen, are increasing. So at Aramix we have at our global head offices in Middle East, which is in Dubai, we have partnered with a lot of innovations done on the AI part, and hence we are bringing customized solutions for our customers to give a better experience of trading. Customers are looking for a one-stop global solution. Okay, they are looking at they get all solutions, whether it's exports or imports, whether it's a freight, which is cargo, or whether it's a warehousing under one-stop solution, under one roof. So at Aramix, we give that leverage to our various sellers, various exporters to avail that opportunity to scale up. Obviously, the presence of the company is across the globe with 70 plus different countries. We are very strong into Middle East, into Dubai, into Saudi, into Australia, UK, US markets. So Aramix provides that opportunity to the various sellers, exporters to expand their reach, expand their network. Obviously, the market is growing, as we all know, and the global technology and the concept is going very, very vast. So we are looking at scaling up with the experiences that we give to our customers. Their revenue model, their experience, their customer satisfaction has really, really gone up. So we are very hopeful with this event. We look forward to serving more our customers. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich.
Good afternoon, everyone. So for customer satisfaction is one of the critical aspects for this business also, as you discussed, and how logistics is playing a huge role in this. As they mentioned also, that it is growing and is becoming more easy and more efficient as technology is enabling everyone to do this. As Bombino is also working on this aspect also, we're improving in technology, we're adding our own warehouses around the country as we go, and we're working with newer technologies, especially with AIs, and especially with simplicity. Our goal is to go one step at a time, but the goal is to reduce as many steps as possible. And that's the whole goal with logistics nowadays. As you can see, there's so much transparency around here, and this is what's going to make it easier for everyone, especially selling online is something that everyone is doing now. And in the US, where I'm based off of also, over there, all the products kind of sell. So it's one of the critical aspects why logistics play such a huge role, and being an Indian company, being there, we're able to provide a simpler solution also.
Yeah, no, thank you for that perspective. Maybe go a little deeper, Akshay, if I can ask you. Like, what are some of the technologies that have already played a crucial role in logistics, and what do you see as some of the emerging technologies that's expected to come in this space?
I think, the technology that's really being utilized the most, and it's always been around, it's simple as data analytics at the end of the day. Amazon as a company has been built on this for many, many years. I think in logistics, this is an industry that has gone from paper and pencil-based heavy bills to now being digitized. So we're still adopting very, very slowly all of this new technology to be able to optimize supply chains. Again, we're a technology company, we're not a logistics company. At the heart of it, ShipRocket, we're an enabler. And I think the biggest thing that's happening, for example, in terms of if I was to say one aspect of the supply chain management, which is changing and is going to really provide a fillip to global selling, is the ease with which returns management is going to be possible in the next coming years, and it already is starting to happen. I think the biggest challenge that a lot of sellers have when they sell overseas, again, let's think of New Delhi to New York, right? If the item gets returned, and it's not sellable again, or for whatever reason it's not being able to be restocked into FBA, if it was a drop shipment, you need a warehouse there to be able to get it back. And getting it back to India it's a challenge, right? You have to pay an import duty if you bring it back. The ability to use data analytics and very simple technology like a warehouse management system for sellers to be able to come, see inventory being stored domestically in the US, and then be able to ship that item out to the customer the next time an order comes, is the difference between 100% write-off in not just profit in full cost, or maybe a 30% lower profit margin on what they initially anticipated. And these are deterrents, which stop the growth of the industry, which stop a lot of people who may have robust businesses domestically from, venturing into this side of it. So I think in terms of, I'm not going to use words like, AI or all of that stuff. I think that's changing dramatically what is happening on the listing side. Today, you can, we do this for our sellers, right? You can create pictures online. You can create pictures with like $10. You can create 100 pictures to be listed on Amazon.com. And I think on that side, a lot of stuff is changing. But on the logistics side, you're just scratching the surface. Right now, it's about getting the basics right, and the basic is digitization. It is about being able to transport stuff efficiently, it's about being able to offer returns, and it's being able to stick to your customer promise. And the basic technology of data analytics, how you should ship, where you should store, is what's really, it's really what's coming to the fore right now. And I think it's really changing how things work. Returns, I think, is the biggest aspect of drop shipping or MFN that is going to change the number of people getting into this business.
Yep. No, I think sometimes when I think about it, it's like, how as a seller can I just enable exports hands-free, like completely digitized, let the system tell me, let me really just focus. I mean, we had this earlier session on brand and got me thinking, like, can I just focus on building what I love and like build the brand and with passion and let the ecosystem figure out how do I ship, how much should I ship, where should I ship? Completely agree with you. Rishi, a question, especially since you also touched upon MENA. So time plays a critical factor in logistics, especially for shorter destinations, let's say India to MENA. So what are the key things that exporters should keep in mind?
Very interesting question. Thank you for asking this. You know, as we all know, with the time in hand, the cost is always at the back of the mind of each seller, each exporter out, shipping outside India, across borders. So it's important that they should partner with those companies who's having, global presence so that they can have the visibility of across border shipping to all destinations that they are looking at. Yes, they will start with one country, two country to start with, but that's not the end. They would be, scaling their businesses up into various different destinations. With the, we are proud to, associate with 70 plus destinations across the globe, and we ship to approximately 190 countries across the globe. So that's the power of having a company which, having a presence, giving a better visibility, transparency, the scalability. We are resilient for, changes. We work like, the startup which is 40 years old in this business already. We are 27 years old company already in India, and we are looking to scale up our, businesses while partnering with our, various different customers. So it's important that one aspect is obviously partnering with the right organization. Second aspect is, the company giving one-stop solution. They will be looking at exports. They will be looking into cargo, freight, also warehousing. So associating with a company which is resilient, associating with a company which is reliable, having one-stop solution to all your needs, give you a less friction of moving from one product to another. So one-stop solution handling always be a better advantage. So I feel with the kind of experiences that we have been sharing for last so many years in India and growing at a rapid pace, we will be, a different ball game altogether for your businesses to come. And all I want to say is, in the end, in case you have a dream to go global, dream to go big, take a dare, and Aramix will deliver it for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishi. Akshay, truly changing gears or changing perspective, but it'd be great if you could tell the audience, what are the top product categories that you see Indian exporters shipping from India to North America?
Yeah, so some of the top products that I actually deal with all the time is books. And that's something that a lot of clients don't realize yet, or rather they do realize it, but it's looked down or like it's down low kind of thing, but it's those products that are consumables in those ways also, not just household products. As they mentioned, household products are temporary products in a way, and they are also temporary products. People want to read books. People want to use products that are temporary. Those are the things that are sellable the quickest, and that's what I see the most also. There's also like creams or like Indian products, like those will sell the most. The Ayurvedic products, the organic products that you produce those in India and you'll market it in such a way, those will be your top selling products from India at least. As they mentioned before in this conference that they said, oh yeah, you should sell products based on your target audience. India is a target audience that way people think of in US, they think of yoga, medicine, and organic. And US loves that idea. They're all about that, especially the West Coast. You must have seen California and everything. They discuss these things left, right, and center. All the blue states, I mean, New York, New Jersey, those are just some of the states over here that will mention those products, that will want those products. But now with Amazon, you're able to sell it all over the US. And US is improving in understanding the markets of India also. And I'm seeing the trends change over time. India is becoming more and more famous in those things. And they are loving that aspect also. And why not promote those things?
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kakshan. I think this is a topic that's very close to my heart. And I think at Amazon, we've invested a lot. I think the previous session we discussed as well about send for FBA sellers, buy shipping for MFN. I think overall, I think the mental model is really to take away logistics, transportation, move all of these challenges that we can truly solve for you all, while exporters are able to focus on their core business and truly sell globally. But thank you for all the insights that you shared with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
क्यों?
Because our next guest will guess it all. तुम्हारे secrets with secrets नहीं रहेंगे.
Secrets. Guess.
Yeah.
Like mind reading. Oh, mind reading.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to experience a scintillating performance, scintillating mentalism performance, and a mind reading act, which is going to entertain you and shock you at the same time. All right. Any clues? Never mind. Let's not keep him waiting. Please welcome Pushak Dua.
forget to keep on checking your phone for updates on your one-on-one slots as well as the existing session slots that are going on. And remind you, this is a non-smoking zone, so please make sure you're mindful of that and also keep your wristbands handy. Okay, coming on, telling you about the A to Z of Amazon Global Selling, we have our next speaker, Ms. Divya Vedanathan, Head Account Management Consumables, Amazon Global Selling. With about 11 years of experience across sales and marketing, Divya knows it all. And she's driven several teams and driven considerable business growth in Amazon Global Selling. And you'll also find her humming her tunes with Veena. So can we have you on stage? Round of applause for Divya.
Hey, thanks, Priya. Hey, so hi everyone. I think from morning we've heard about the potential of exports. We've also understood what the government is doing. But let's now get into the actual steps. These are basic steps, but this will help us get started, right? So if you're new to exports, right, the first thing you would need are these export documentation. So we'll walk you through what are these documents and how do you will comply with all of the taxation and legal policies. Product-specific compliance, there are certain products which would need additional documentation, like for example, food products in India would require FSSAI, right? So similarly, when you're selling grocery, beauty, or any health and personal care products, you would need some additional documentation. For example, for US, you would need FDA documents. So this is something which you need to be mindful of, basis what sort of products you plan to sell. And to ease all of this process, right, we have the export compliance dashboard. So in this dashboard, you'll be able to, number one, understand all of this documentation yourself in case you would want to do all of this on your own. In case you would seek or require support from any of our service providers, this is again incorporated within this dashboard. And the most important thing is for this dashboard, you do not need, say, an Amazon.com or a global selling account. If you have an A.in or an Amazon India account, you would be able to get access to this dashboard so that you can get started right away. And if it's your first time registering with global selling, these are the documents required, which is you'll need an ID card, which is your Aadhaar, passport, or driving license. You'll need a business address proof. This address has to be exactly as is, which is how, say, your GST is registered. You'll need a debit or credit card, which needs to be international transactions enabled. And then you'll need an email ID and mobile number. So if you get started with global selling, right, it's basically 4 simple steps: registration, listing, logistics, and payments. So I'll walk you through this in detail. First step, as soon as you have all of these documents ready, which is your ID card, the debit card or credit card, which is international transaction enabled, and the third thing is the bank statement, which will also act as your address proof. You log into Amazon Seller Central, fill in the details, get started with your email ID, mobile number, and then you simply upload all of these documents and wait for verification to happen. This should get done within 72 hours. Once this is in place, this is the time or space when you'll have to start thinking about what are the different fees involved, right? So number one is subscription fees. For example, if we take US, right, you pay a monthly subscription fee of $39.99 for a professional selling account. And professional selling account is important for you to do FBA, for you to do ads, because without this, your products will have very limited visibility. Once you get started with, say, a professional selling plan, every month you start paying this $39.99. But right now, we have a subscription fee waiver going on, with which for 3 months, you're paying just $1. This is a steal deal, so I would highly urge all of you to go to one of our registration booths and get started. But in general, after the 4th month, say you start paying the $39.99, so subscription fee is one of the fees which you need to keep in mind. Then comes referral fee. For any product you sell on the platform, the commission which Amazon takes is between 8 to 15%. This will vary basis the product category. The third thing is shipping cost. This depends basis what mode of shipping you use. I will come to shipping when we move towards those slides. And the fourth cost is for you to build visibility. For example, you'll invest in advertising, you'll also invest in coupons, discounts, so that you're able to sell better, faster, and also get that desired customers for your product. So once you've understood the fees, and by the time we understood all of the fees, I'm sure your verification is done and you've registered successfully. So the next step is for us to get started with listings. So listings is basically all of your offline product catalog, we bring it online, right? So you have two simple tools. Either you do it one by one, every SKU of yours, we start building it one-on-one on the platform. Or the second thing you can do is you can also use our bulk upload tool. So in this, your entire offline catalog, say 1,000 SKUs, 2,000 SKUs, in a single shot, we'll be able to upload all of this. Plus, over and above this, I think we heard Vinay's session in the morning. Make sure we use AI to our advantage and benefit from it in our listings. Now, listings, of course, video, images, these are very, very pivotal. It has to be high quality images, basis the resolution, white background, and all of those Amazon norms. But remember that aesthetically pleasant products is what will sell. So ensure that you're building those listings with the right quality. And your title, your bullet points, product description, all of this should be self-explanatory. By that, I mean that no one in today's age has the time to read through things, right? All of us just browse through, say, InShots or things like that. So if your title covers all of the features or benefits which your product has, then it becomes simpler for the customer because he's seen the images, he's read the title, and he's going to immediately add to cart. So ensure that you're investing enough time to figure out what are the features which this product should have, and what are the benefits which should be listed right on the title, right in the bullet points. Now, once you've updated all of this, right, A+ content is one feature which is really, really important. Because when we talk about title, bullet points, product description, all of this is just a lot of text. So for us to have that pictorial feel, right, A+ content is pivotal. So you need to be brand registered for that. With your trademark, please get registered in brand registry and update your A+ content. So A+ content will be a mix of both images as well as product pictures. In this, you can use this to either talk about your product more, talk about your brand. You can make all of those stories which you would want to convey to the customer to ensure that he's buying your product. And this is something which I think Karthik Srinivasan covered in morning session, right? So we need to ensure that we are, inculcating all of these good things which we've heard in terms of ensuring that we are building our business the right way. Once we've done with listings, I think Yanka had also spoken about this. You can sell in Amazon in terms of logistics in two ways. Either it is merchant fulfilled or fulfilled by Amazon. So what essentially merchant fulfilled is, once I've listed my products, it is live to say customers across geographies. As soon as I get an order, if I plan to ship it from my particular warehouse or manufacturing unit directly to the customer, basis every order I get, that is merchant fulfilled, which is basically me as a seller fulfilling the order myself. Now, the biggest issue with MFN is it's a good start for your products to be visible across, but this is not going to get you the desired results because in today's day and age, again, speed is pivotal, right? I come from Bangalore, so if I need to order something, the first thing I do is Dunzo. If I'm hungry, the first thing I do is go on Zomato, check what is available within 20 minutes. So time is super crucial for us in terms of delivery from a customer point of view. So we as sellers should ensure that we are building that in our products so that we are getting more sales. So hence important that you do FBA. Now let me explain FBA to you. FBA is fulfillment by Amazon. So what you do is you decide on the number of units. So ensure that you're sending minimum 300 to 500 units, because that's when you'll be able to invest enough bandwidth on advertising, enough spends on coupons, and all of that to overall build your product catalog. So in fulfillment by Amazon, you ship your products to one of our warehouses, and from there, Amazon takes care of everything end to end. Now, there are a couple of FBA fees which is involved. I'll again cover this in the next slide. Again, for payments, Amazon ensures that you get your payment credited in the currency of your choice. So that's again a big, big win, irrespective of which all geographies you sell in. Right. So when we spoke about FBA, right, the two important fees which gets added here is your FBA cost. Now, FBA fees is the picking, packing, shipping cost. So you've sent 400 units in carton boxes to our warehouse. Amazon ensures that for every customer order received, number one, it's prime delivered. That means delivery between 3 to 5 days. Number two, the products are delivered in Amazon packages. And so that's the picking, packing, shipping cost. Amazon will also ensure that they're taking care of their returns. Say we are selling in US, right? There might be customers asking us queries in Mexican. So Amazon will ensure that, say, Spanish language gets covered in our customer resolution. Now, this is what the FBA fees is for. The second cost is the storage cost. For you to store the products in our warehouse, we act as your local warehouse. So there is a minimal fee involved for the storage. So these are the two costs associated with FBA, but the benefits of FBA is at least 10 times what you would actually get when you start doing MFN. Now, once we've started all of this, important to note down these timelines. So before you get started with registration, ensure that you get into the export compliance dashboard, understand about IEC code, AD code, and any product compliance documents required. So this process, ideally, you finish it within a week. Then you've registered successfully. Now you're ready for listings. So between the first 0 to 10 days, ensure that you're getting your listings sorted. Once your listings are ready, parallelly, you should ensure that your products are ready for it to be shipped to, say, your destination country. So FBA shipment should be planned and executed within the next 10 to 20 days. And once your product goes live, the day it goes live, ensure that it's up on advertising, because if you don't advertise in the initial few days, right, your product loses momentum. Because what all of us assume is, hey, my product is good, my quality is awesome, customers will automatically buy it. But that's not how it happens, right? Say you and me as a customer, when we look for products, we don't go beyond the second page. If I'm looking for, say, a mobile cover, second page is maximum I would have reached to. So if you do not advertise on your products, by default, you will rest on, say, the 101th page, right? Very difficult for a customer to understand where your product is. So for you to even organically trend in the initial few pages, it is pivotal that you get started with advertising. Now, once you've invested in advertising, observe how you're investing in it. For example, if you're doing manual campaigns or automatic campaigns, what you need to know is that you as a seller have the privilege to understand what are the keywords you've particularly spent on. Analyze this and optimize this so that you're reducing your ad spends, but at the same time improving on the conversions which happen there, right? Once you've done this, the same keyword report which you download after running advertising, you'll be able to use this to your advantage to optimize listings. When you know, say, these are the set of keywords or important words which customers are searching for, organically add that to your title bullet point, right? That's how you sort of trend in the top. Next is discounts and coupons, right? As a customer, there are so many times where I fooled myself thinking the product is on discount just because I've seen that it's 20% off. Maybe or may not be the product was at the same price. Maybe I didn't even need it, but I would go and buy it just because it was on discount. So ensure that you're, doubling down on this particular consumer behavior and adding coupons and discounts to your products. So in terms of deals, we have lightning deals, we have 7-day deals, we have deal of the days. So all of these are places where customers are going to come in leaps and bounds. So next is promotion and then brand registry. Like I told you, the sooner you get started with brand registry, more the benefits. So apart from A+ content, you also ensure that no one else offer ads their product to your product. So you have multiple benefits of doing brand registry. You also get access to wine reviews where you send our products to, say, our top customer reviewers, and they're going to give you the ratings and reviews, which is very, very important for your product to succeed in Amazon. Yes, over and above the subscription fee waiver, which I spoke about, which is live right now for a limited period, where 3-month window you get it just for $1. You also have a lot of new seller incentives, right from $50 ad credits so that you get started with advertising. There are a lot of waivers on storage fees. There's waiver in terms of you get to enroll one product for free in wine, right? Say you're getting your A.in listings, your Amazon India listings, if you're using the same ASINs or the SKUs for, say, your global account, all of these ratings and reviews get migrated, right? But if you're starting with a US first product or a UK first product, this product is not going to have any ratings or reviews. And ratings and reviews play a very big role for a customer to actually buy your product. So simple mechanism to do it is get started with wine. And in this, you get to enroll one product for free, right? And you get 30 trusted reviews. Like, what more to get you started in the right way? So please ensure that you're taking advantage of this and getting registered today and starting your export journey. Thank you so much.
Check. Thank you, Divya. Sorry for the delayed thing. I think technical glitches to hote hi rehte hain. Now we know who to reach out to when we have a question. Coming up next, we have a very special session where our moderator will be taking us through the journeys of 2 new additions to our seller family. We have Divya Chaudhary, Head of New Seller Recruitment, Amazon Global Selling, with over 13 years of experience leading sales and marketing teams across multiple businesses in telecom and e-commerce. She's known as the best deal seeker for online shopping and lights up the room with her energy. Over to you, Divya. Huge round of applause for Divya and the 2 new sellers we have.
Hi, thank you so much, Riya. So now, it's been a great morning and a great afternoon. We have literally
corporate job. 5 years after running a cloud kitchen and a bakery, I said, hey, why don't we get into the ingredient business for food? So that's exactly what I did. I started selling in India, and after a few years of growth on Amazon.in, I figured we've reached like a plateau. We need to grow more. So I said, why don't we try and do a global business and get this into households over there? And that's where the journey started just 7 to 8 months ago, and it's been one of the most phenomenal roller coaster rides I have been on. So Confect is one of India's only chef-run confectionery brand for bakery ingredients. And we are the first ones to create this category on Amazon. So if any of you ever feel कि, you know, ये तो बिकता ही नहीं है Amazon पे, मैंने global पे देखा ही नहीं है, you know, ये तो category exist नहीं कर रही. Don't think like that. I created a new category when nobody believed that I could sell sprinkles to the Americans, but hey, I did it. And I'm sitting here today because of the accomplishments and the numbers that we managed to achieve. So anything is possible.
That's amazing, Gauri. And how about you, Siddhant? How has been your brand story and, you know, how do you feel?
So, journey of Avimi started just after COVID. So, what happened was, just after COVID, my mother started experiencing heavy hair fall. And she tried every product available in the market, but none worked. Then she asked my Nanaji, who was avid researcher in Ayurveda, to find a solution for the problem. My Nanaji, being Nanaji, got down to the work, and in 6 months, 7 months, he came out with a product. Then he asked my mother to try the product. My mother blatantly said, "मैं पापा use नहीं करूँगी, मेरे थोड़े से बाल बचे, ये भी उड़ जाएंगे." So Nanaji started using the product on his head. By the way, he had cricket pitch on his head that time. But after each month, he used to come to me and say, "Siddhant, मेरे बाल आने लग गए, मेरे बाल आने लग गए." I used to just shun away the thought कि ये possible भी है क्या. But after a few months, we noticed something. We thought it is dandruff. But when I zoomed my phone, it was here. That time we realized something miracle has happened. We gave it to our relatives. Everybody liked it. Everybody gave us a positive feedback. Then my mother proposed to my Nanaji, we should do it as a business. There are a lot of people affected by this problem and there's no solution available in the market. That's when my Nanaji laid the foundation of Avimi Herbal and we started in June 2021. By God's grace, we have been showered by love across the world from people across the world. And we are right now bestseller in India and aspire to be bestseller across the world. Thank you.
Oh, great. That's so inspirational. So, Gauri, let's just break it down for everyone here. Seriously, how expensive is it? How much investment do we really need to get started on e-commerce exports?
So I started off by saying baking from home, right? I hope you guys are listening. That doesn't mean there's a lot of money to experiment with a new business. So contrary to the myth that is out there that it takes a lot of money, believe me guys, in a couple of lakh of rupees, maybe 2 or 3 depending on which industry or which category you fall in, it's very easy to do. I'm in food where there is huge compliance. So other than your IEC, which literally doesn't cost a lot, it's a very nominal fee. You also have your IOR, which is again not too much. It's about $50, $60 to do. There's so many people here in the SPN network who will do it for you. Coming to your FSSAI, again, it's about like 8,000, 9,000 rupees. And then you have an FDA compliance, which is the most expensive. It costs about 20,000, 25,000. So in that much, I have just finished my entire compliance. Then the next expense is shipping it. So that's a logistical cost that you're going to give. And initially you start with courier. It pinches a little bit, but it's okay. Have faith, just go with it. It depends on, of course, the size of the amount of inventory you want to send. And the third biggest investment that you make is in your inventory yourself. And that's pretty much it. So, itna mushkil nahi hai to do this. It's not like a huge mountain that you need to cross over. It's actually really simple. And the best part is most of these compliances are online. You don't need an agent. You don't need to go get some consultant and, like, make him go round and round and, have him tell you ki, how, export is. My family exports, okay? And nobody knew the E of exports. And I figured it all out within 6 months and I'm a bestseller. I've been in the top 10 rank in the US selling sprinkles. I mean, really, and the competition is huge, but you can differentiate yourself. So it's not that difficult to do.
Great. Now coming to you, Siddhant, while Gauri spoke about investments, how tough is it really, registration, regulations, compliance, payments, is it really that tough?
देखो सच बात है tough तो बहुत ज़्यादा है especially when you are focused on Indian market, taking out time for a new venture जिसमें आपको अंधेरे में तीर चलाना है, you don't know whether you will be successful or not. It's very difficult, and to take out time, it's even more difficult. Especially जब startup होते हैं तो उनकी team भी lean होती है. But with Amazon, things get pretty easy. So just to tell you about my journey, so जब हमने ग्लोबल जाने का सोचा, so we just called Amazon. They appointed the team member, Marisa, for us. After that, things मतलब कब रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गया, कब हमारी लिस्टिंग हो गई, क्या हो गया, पता नहीं चला मैं. Amazon की टीम बहुत extraordinary professional, especially Marisa, extraordinary professional. She works harder than us and completely handholds you with every process. मतलब आपको कुछ क्वेश्चन आ रहा, दिमाग में कुछ क्वेश्चन आएगा, उसका जवाब उनके पास पहले से होगा. They will have the solution for that problem. And जितना डिफिकल्ट बाहर से लग रहा था हमें, जब हमने Amazon को पूरा हैंड ओवर कर दिया, उससे ज़्यादा इजी बन गया. मतलब इट वाज लाइक मतलब इंडिया का बिजनेस करने से भी बहुत इजी वो हो गया. सो एनीबडी, आई वुड जस्ट से, कोई भी किसी को भी अगर मन में ब्लॉकेजेस हो, कुछ भी डाउट आ रहे हो कि इतना मुश्किल है, ये कंप्लायंस करना पड़ेगा, ये पेमेंट कैसे आएगा, जस्ट कॉल योर Amazon POC और सब कुछ टेक केयर हो जाएगा. आपको कुछ सोचने की जरूरत ही नहीं है.
Okay, that's amazing, Siddhant. So now coming back to you, Gauri, what are the 3 things that you feel, anybody out here should invest in while they're building a brand on Amazon?
Okay. So while I answer this question, I want you to remember that your product has now hit US and you're live on Amazon. So now what are the 3 things that you're going to need? One is building a good brand story. Means what is the story behind your brand? Everybody says, mera product bahut acha hai, mera product best quality hai. But you know what people like? They like a story. They like to know about the founder. They like to know why this brand came about. So how did I distinguish myself? I talked about the fact that I went to Oxford Business School, I was a consultant, I quit a high-paying corporate job to do this. मतलब लोग सोचो कोई पागल ही होगा या बहुत ज़्यादा passionate होगा to do it. But then they relate to it. There's so many people who relate to a story like that. They want to support the underdog. They want to understand how did this product come about. So when I talk about my journey of understanding how to even make this product, I don't have a business, I never knew anything about this business, but I believed that I could make a difference. And that became my USP. So I told them that I'm giving them something different from what they're currently buying. And that's very important. Like, why would they come to you? Like I said in the first thing in the beginning when I was speaking, I'm selling sprinkles, food coloring, fondant, and cake decoratives to Americans. They have been doing this for over 100 years. So why is this Indian chef come and telling them that she does it better than anything that exists in her country, in their country? So that brand story, we're a women-only business, again, something that the whole world today globally is rooting for. Said we're the underdog, and it's personal. It's got nothing. Your product attributes and everything comes secondary. First, they want to understand the essence and the spirit of your business. The second investment that you have to do is on reviews and ratings. This is extremely, extremely critical. And why is it on number 2? Because if you spend on advertising, which is my third point, it's not going to be successful if you do not have ratings and reviews. Means people will go see it on a sponsored ad, will not click on it, or maybe click on it but not convert because they'll see their 0 ratings and reviews. And this is something that is getting reviews and ratings. Even if it is one review that gives you a 3-star or a 4-star, it's visible under your product. It's extremely important because the first decision that a customer makes is while they scroll. So that increases your chance of your product selling. So always try and have your friends and family initially who you know, call up every relative, uncle, auntie you've not spoken to in forever and say, please buy my product and give a good review for it. We all do it. That's what family is for. So use that card, okay? Then reach out to your friends, reach out to some influencers you know, your friends of Instagram, and do it that way. Yes, of course, there are tools like Amazon, Vine and all which are also there. But I'm sure in case you don't want to invest, there are other organic ways of doing it as well. And the third and the most important is advertising. So all of us think कि, $10 या $15 का product बेच रहे हैं, तो उसमें कितना advertising में spend करें? Maybe 10%, 20%. No, it doesn't work like that. You are on this global platform with millions of sellers. How do you get visible? You don't want to be on page 2. Everybody wants to be on the first page. How do you get there? You need to advertise. And advertising doesn't mean spending a lot of money. It means smartly spending money. So it means spending time with your account manager to understand how to set up campaigns, how to bid, how to bet on the right keywords. It's an exercise that you learn over time, but there are so many amazing analytical tools on Amazon that help me. So for example, if I want to sell sprinkles, I will not put in cake. I will actually go to the brand analytics tool and search for the most searched keyword for sprinkles. And Amazon gives it to you like on a platter. So you have all this information, kahin rocket science nahi, apna dimag nahi lagana hai. Download that report and start bidding on those keywords. Watch how it works. It's not tough, guys. Believe me, if I can pull it out of thin air, so can you. So these are my top 3 recommendations to do.
Okay, that's amazing, Gauri. Now, Siddhant, 3 things that, any seller should know before they start their global exports journey.
So once you are ready, आपका mind बन गया कि अब global जाना है. So then you need to mainly think on these 3 things. First, with regards to your product. So product में आपको ज़रूरी नहीं आपका इंडिया में अगर प्रोडक्ट अच्छा बिक रहा है तो वो यूएसए में भी या ओवरसीज मार्केट में बिकेगा. सो आपको प्रोडक्ट के रिगार्डिंग ना मेनली 3 चीज़ आपको देखनी है, प्रोडक्ट, पैकेजिंग और प्राइसिंग. सो विद रिगार्ड्स टू प्रोडक्ट, लेट मी टेल यू माय स्टोरी. सो इंडिया, बट व्हेन वी वेंट टू यूएसए, उनको हमारी स्मेल ही समझ में नहीं आ रही थी. इंडिया में इसको ऑथेंटिक मानते हैं, वहाँ पर इसको बदबू मानते हैं. सो वी हैड टू कम्प्लीटली रीवैम्प आवर प्रोडक्ट. सो आपका अपने प्रोडक्ट में आपको कैसे रिवैम्प करना है वो आपको आप देखिएगा. सेकेंड, पैकेजिंग. सो अगेन इन इंडिया वी आयुर्वेदा से जुड़ा हुआ अपने आपको दिखाना है, बट इन यूएसए एंड ग्लोबल मार्केट्स यू हैव टू फील एंड लुक प्रीमियम टू कमांड अ प्रीमियम प्राइस. So we have to completely revamp our packaging. Third, pricing. So the money you are spending on ads in India, it's उसका कम से कम 2.5-3 times आपको वहाँ पर ad में spend करना रहेगा. So you need to price your product relatively. आपका logistics में खर्चा आएगा इंडिया से बाहर भेजने का. So you need to price your product right. Second point जो आपको देखना है, marketing. So इंडिया में जो आप स्टोरी टेल कर रहे हैं, एनी प्रोडक्ट नाउ डे सेल्स विद अ स्टोरी. सो आपको अपनी मार्केटिंग भी चेंज करनी पड़ेगी. फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर मैं अपनी स्टोरी बताऊंगा, इंडिया में हम लोग जैसे इंस्टाग्राम पे या सोशल मीडिया अपना स्टोरीज डालते हैं. सो वी कीप इट वेरी रॉ. अगर कहीं कुछ जैसा कुकिंग हो रहा है, जैसा बन रहा है प्रोडक्शन, वो हम दिखाते हैं. बट व्हेन वी वेंट टू दुबई एंड यूएसए, we had to keep everything very clean, very rosy. Everything should be like अभी मेरी मम्मी ना उसको कॉलेज से साफ करेगी, ऐसा लगना चाहिए. So this is you need to tell your story, do your marketing which is culturally relevant. Third, time. So I cannot insist more on. दोनों से सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है टाइम. आप सबने बैम्बू ट्री की स्टोरी सुनी होगी. यू हैव टू वाटर अ बैम्बू ट्री फॉर सो मेनी ईयर्स जस्ट सो दैट इट कैन स्प्राउट 1 year एंड रीच 20 feet 30 feet इन हाइट. सेम विद योर Amazon ग्लोबल अकाउंट. आपको उसको बहुत मेहनत लगेगी उसके पीछे. उसको स्लोली, एक दिन में कुछ भी नहीं होगा, एक महीने में कुछ नहीं होगा. स्लोली एंड ग्रेजुअली सेल्स विल पिकअप. बट वन डे व्हेन द सेल्स विल पिकअप, आपको पैसे रखने की जगह नहीं मिलेगी. कहाँ रखेंगे पैसा? वो भगवान जब देगा तब छप्पर फाड़ के देगा. So this is how Amazon global account will work for you. This is how I think will work for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Siddhant, and thank you, Gauri. I think it's really, really insightful and inspirational. I can already see a queue forming at the registration booths downstairs. But thank you so much, guys. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Divya, Gauri and Siddhant for the very rich and insightful session. I'm sure everyone learned from their unique products and their stories. We are now ready for the next segment, a panel discussion on how to navigate exports end-to-end, payments, logistics, tax compliance, and so on. For this segment, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Ketan Bagga, Senior Program Manager, Private Partnerships, Amazon Global Selling. Ketan is here with the power pack sessions with his panelists. So let's welcome him with a round of applause. Over to you, Ketan.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Thanks, Riya, for the kind introduction.
I think it'll take a minute for others to join in. Meanwhile, I can quickly introduce myself. So I've been part of Amazon's global selling team for the last 9 years, since its inception in May 2015. Right now, I'll be leading the panel discussion as a moderator. And we are looking forward to explore the various industries within the e-commerce domain, payments, logistics, and service providers. So we'll begin the session by introducing our panelists. First, I'd like to welcome Mr. Naveen, who is the co-founder of Go Global and an industry evangelist who has built multiple businesses in the cross-border domain over the last 2 decades. So, Mr. Naveen Mistry. Second, we have on stage is Mr. Himanshu Pant, who is the CEO of MGH India. He has 2 decades of experience in retail e-commerce supply chain. Hi, Mr. Himanshu. Last, we have Dinesh, who is part of the sales ecosystem in Ping Pong, which is a cross-border payments service provider. Hi, Dinesh. So we'll start the conversation, panelists. Thanks for joining us today, both the audience as well as the panelists. I think to begin with, I just want to understand from you, like in the cross-border e-commerce ecosystem, technology has been ever evolving, right? And policy, as well as, other ecosystem changes you can witness, happening all around the corner over the last couple of years' time. So how are you seeing, these changes evolving over the next couple of years? If you can throw some light, given your experience in the domain. Maybe we can start with Mr. Naveen.
Sure. So I'll sort of answer in 2 sets. First, technology, and then the ecosystems, policies. So on technology front, we already saw, Bhupen and everybody presenting how, our likes of Amazon has built tools using technology and scaled the cross-border to, $10+ billion business. Now, when you look at the entire sort of a, journey of a cross-border, right from understanding the data, what to sell, to sort of, let's say, selecting the market, to putting the catalog, right, enhancing the catalog, then shipping, then payments. I think so in all the, genre, the technology is advanced, the process has been set, the digitalization has happened, the payments, flow now from a cross-border, maybe 5 years was not streamlined, now it is streamlined, there are many players offering. Yep. Logistics has evolved due to technology, they can connect better to the end destination. The enablers, who provide the services for cataloging or anything are using technology so that they can scale. Marketplace opportunity, within the marketplace, there is a lot of technology advancement. So that's, and now from a basic technology, the entire technology is moving to generative AI. And therefore, the faster and productive and optimization is happening, yep. because of that. On the policy front, we have witnessed how sort of post-pandemic specifically, the Indian product line has been accepted by globally, right? And the free trade agreements, the export-focused government, sort of policy, allowing 10 lakhs worth of, a single invoice under CSB 5, ship outside India. Now, these are all the policy and reforms, and we see, more coming to sort of enhance and, ease out the entire export process I see in next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, thanks for answering. Himanshu, do you have things to add to what Naveen said?
Yeah, exactly. In addition to what Naveen has said, and we've been talking about many technological advancement, but I would like to focus something more which is there for sellers. The moment the shipment comes to us, what is going to change or what is changing the entire ecosystem is real-time visibility. आप अपनी shipment को कैसे देखेंगे? कहाँ पहुँची है? Right. And this is very basic. If I talk about at some point of time, ATM was luxury. ATM cards. Now it's something which is necessity. So same thing. So as basic as your real-time visibility of your shipments to some advanced feature in terms of logistics like geofencing. आपका goods New York पहुँचने वाला है. Right. आपको 4 घंटे पहले notification चाहिए for many reasons. We can talk about in detail. कितना देर पोर्ट में फ्री टाइम है उसके हिसाब से. So how as a seller you will get notified basis on those technological advancements. Yep. How and all of these technological advancement has a direct impact on the cost. So today if you are let's say, selling something at, and if you do not have these variable in your cost of product will go up, you know. So in that way, it's these technological advancements are going to help you in making decisions. As far as policies are concerned, again, because any seller who is selling, he's concerned or he wants to know about because he's dealing with two customs or two countries, India और मान लीजिए USA. तो इंडिया में कुछ एक लॉज हैं, आपको इंडिया कस्टम्स के हिसाब से चलना है, आपको यूएसए में जा रहे हैं तो वहाँ पे उसका कस्टम्स भी फॉलो करना है, right? So in that way, the policy, for example, you know, Indian government has been very proactive. We have been listening since morning, right from the foreign trade policy, which is announced last year. One of the out of one pillar of that FTP 2023 is e-commerce.
Right.
You know, so those policies are getting made at a larger scale, which are definitely going to help. So when these same thing at destination, हर supplier is concerned about VAT.
Yep.
जब यूरोप में सामान जाता है तो वहाँ पे VAT deferment एक requirement होती है.
Right.
So how do we handle that? How do we reduce our working capital by using these benefits? So these policy, when you see at a large level, definitely, you know, the governments, all the bodies, including Amazon or the whosoever are part of this ecosystem, are trying to simplify it so that ultimately, you know, at 2030, अगर आप आज यहाँ 2000 sellers को देख रहे हैं, तो शायद 6 साल बाद आप 2 लाख sellers को देखेंगे. So there is a long way which we have covered, but there are many more things to happen.
Thanks, Himanshu, you know, for covering this in detail. I think it was helpful. Dinesh, like given you are from the cross-border payments life cycle, so I just wanted to understand, you know, what like you think, you know, on the payments bit, while payments have definitely become easier, you know, for customers over the last few years, how do you think, you know, especially given different currencies from UK, Germany and other marketplaces, you know, all those challenges, have they been solved for the customers? Do you still see scope for, you know, getting these further resolved?
Yeah. So, like we see that world become one shop now, and we see the borderless commerce in this age. I guess with that we came across that you know, trade is happening between definitely multiple countries with multiple currencies. So, you know, having that solution with, especially with fintech, which itself says finance with technology, we cater to multiple currencies and solve that problem of getting funds seamlessly. And I guess 3 things are major while doing the thing, this same thing. One is payment should be compliant. We should be having a compliant process of receiving funds in multiple currencies. Second is payment should be fast. Like time is obviously money, so in that case, fast payment solutions are obviously appreciated. And third thing is payment safety matters the most. So with such multiple currencies solution, these things are somehow I see solved or going towards the you know, final. Obviously, I would say to achieve that ease of doing global commerce in a way. So that solution works very well for exporters.
Yep, and I think, yeah, Ping Pong being one of the leaders in that particular segment. So, yeah, thanks for
Ping Pong covers the solution.
Naveen, like I think there are a lot of, you know, people in the room who might be first-time exporters, right? They might have some e-commerce understanding, and they might just be wondering, you know, how difficult or easy is it, you know, to export for the very first time? Given your industry background and, you know, experience that you come with, what would be your tips for, you know, first-time exporters when they are thinking about cross-border e-commerce?
I think so, you know, first of all, now the technology is available, you know, what was not available 5 years before. So the first important part is sort of use the technology to understand the cross-border. Now, when I really simplify it, is first sort of analyze the data, understand what is selling globally, which country is importing what product line from India, right? So that you understand the market. You don't sort of blindly list your product across, let's say, you know, sort of 200 countries or so. So once you understand the data, what is selling, the second most important thing, because the item is going outside India, it is crossing the border. So understand the compliance part, right? What is the compliance requirement? And to simplify, I just tell you, you know, compliance is sort of, let's say, it's like a Form 16, right? Everybody knows what to fill, but still there are companies and CAs who do it for you. Now compliance, you have to look at from multiple lenses, a legal view, practical view, sort of, destination, sort of, what is the compliance, and sort of origin, what is the compliance. And then you sort of start, the business. Now when you do a drop ship from India, meaning you ship from India directly to the end consumer, it is a different compliance altogether.
Right.
When you stock locally in a FBA or any other foreign destination, it is a different compliance together. So you understand the data, understand the compliance, then study your competitions so that you can figure out whether the right pricing can be evolved or not, right? And then sort of, let's say, build your own USP. Now you studied the pricing, what is your USP? Why a consumer, a foreign buyer who has not seen you, not ever come to India, you don't know which city you're, sort of staying, but is still sort of enticed to buy your item, right? Why? So what is the value of that particular item? Why he will choose your item versus a domestic US seller or a domestic sort of, let's say, any region sellers, who's probably just competing on price, right? And the last thing is sort of, let's say, digital, adopt a digital strategy in terms of, doing some sort of marketing, understanding the consumer, understanding the databases. And from the operations point of view, there are a lot of ecosystems players available which sort of eases your operations. So don't, it's like start small, right? Understand the market correctly, understand your product correctly, understand your consumer correctly, and use the ecosystem so that you don't build a human army to scale. You use a technology to scale your business. And that is how I say. And the best thing I would say is, let's say, if you want to understand what is selling globally, go to Amazon.com, type the product, and you will see how many listings are there, how many basic understanding you will get it. You don't need to subscribe to any tool. And you can start from there.
Yep. Thanks for actually covering. I think a lot of times people miss the basics while they're starting. They have to do that hard work of, researching the right kind of products and the right kind of markets, the right kind of fit that you mentioned while, covering these pointers. And I think Go Global can be one of their partners, in their journey early on when they are starting, exporting via Amazon. So, yeah, thanks again, Naveen, for covering this for us. Himanshu, since, Naveen mentioned from the business standpoint, what makes sense for the exporters, they might also have, questions related to first time when they export products from India, what kind of challenges they might face, what kind of documentation, they might, have to come across. So given your industry expertise in cross-border supply chain, wanted to understand from your side how MGH or how your team is supporting these kind of things from the exporter's perspective.
So if you have heard Gauri just before this, you would say things are very easy. In 6 months, she could reach this scale. So to any new seller, things are really easy. But you have to have a right partner. So when you ask me, I call it KYPP. Any banker, if you go, you will say KYC. But in logistics, or we say KYPP. What is that? That is know your product and know your procedures. When you say procedures, because as I said earlier also, you have to register with 2 customs. So under which AD code, and each commodity, each product has very own uniqueness. If you are sending, let's say, a terry towel composition 60-40, 60 being cotton, 40 being polyester, it has a different incentive by customs. So customs आपको 2.2% incentive देगा. जैसे ये रिवर्स होता है टेरी टॉवल का कंपोजिशन 60 बीइंग पॉलिएस्टर आपको 1.9% मिलेगा. सो एंड दिस इज लिटिल टेक्निकल बट दिस इज everything is money.
Right.
How much ultimately you are going to make. So once you know about your product, once you know about the procedures, if it's a food product, it will go with FSSAI. USA में तो FDA में जाएगा. अगर wood product है तो उसकी कुछ और categorizations हैं. So once you know all of them, then you easily figure out that's how I should do. But that's just a first step. Once this is, ये चीजें आप बार-बार नहीं पूछोगे. But उसके बाद जो main challenge आता है, वो आता है कि how do I sustain? How do I compete if I'm making a bed sheet in Panipat? How do I compete with a bed sheet of Brazil? Or how do I compete with any global brand? Then comes the value-added part of it. Then you say, okay, now how do I reduce the cost? So being in logistic industry, आप या कोई भी सेलर FBA का प्राइस नहीं रिड्यूस कर सकता है. They have to pay something to FBA, right? But so सब कुछ ले दे के वहीं पे आता है कि लॉजिस्टिक्स की कॉस्ट कैसे कम करें. Because when you reduce the cost, then only you will be able to compete with global brands. So in that way, what are the value-added services are there? Which mode do I choose? मैं सारा कुरियर से भेजूं या थोड़ा कुरियर से भेजूं, थोड़ा ओशन फ्रेट से भेजूं, थोड़ा एयर फ्रेट से भेजूं. Because if you are sending anything by air, the cost percentage out of total cost is 23%. The moment you change it to sea freight, this cost comes down to 6 to 7% of the cost. So it's a substantial savings. So in that way, you know, our team and the entire team, we have a team of experts who will guide you which mode to choose. How do you reduce your cost? How do you still ship on time? There are many external factors in supply chain. Last 2-3 years, even logistics industry is famous. पहले कोई बात नहीं करता था, but 3 साल में हर कोई बात करता है. COVID आया, Suez Canal issue हुआ, now Red Sea is there. These are external factors which are not under your control. But what is under your control? Despite of these challenges, how do I still make my cost same? So here our company, because we've been in this business from last 30 years, we know how Inditex of this world works, how they deliver fast at a lesser cost. So our team of experts really help the entire ecosystem, new sellers, existing sellers, mainly in reducing their cost and delivering fast.
Fair enough. I think that was helpful, Himanshu. So you can visit Ping Pong, MGH and Go Global in the Maltas Hall. The team is there to assist you for any further guidance you might require in the ecosystem. Thanks again, Naveen, Himanshu and Dinesh for your kind presence. Thanks audience for listening. That's it for now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ketan, and all the panelists for that insightful session. So before we move on to the next set, let's play a quick game. So you have to tell me what's the first word that comes to your mind whenever I ask you a question. And I'm not going to stand here, I'll just mix up a bit. Let's have some fun. So sir, the first question I think I'll ask to you, what's the first word that comes to your mind when I say Amazon?
Money.
Okay, interesting, interesting. We'll move on to the ma'am sitting here. What's the first word that comes to your mind when I say Export Connect?
Pack Shark, that's my brand.
Okay, that's great. That's wonderful. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. We'll ask sir sitting here. So what's the first word that comes to your mind when I say Delhi?
Yeah?
Delhi. What's the first word that comes to your mind?
Delhi से ही हूँ मैडम.
दिल्ली की दिल वाले हैं तो दिल्ली से ही हैं तो दिल्ली is Delhi. Okay, fair, fair. Let's ask someone from here. What's the first word that comes to your mind when I say Amazon?
Shopping.
Shopping. Okay, fair. Okay, moving on. Let's trouble some folks here. Let's ask Divya, what's the first word that comes to your mind when I say seller?
Trust.
Okay, great answers here. I think we'll come here. Let's ask Chan, what's the first word that comes to your mind when I say brand?
Story.
Great. Storytelling it is. So great answers so far. So we are in Delhi Export Connect. We've spoken about brand. We've spoken about storytelling. Delhi ke dil walon mein aaye hain. So of course there will be passion and interesting brands that has come up. So we're moving on to the last segment of the day, and it's the most awaited session of the evening, recognizing the exceptional skills shown by our sellers in building successful global brands, as well as our SPN partners who supported our sellers at every step of the way. We have the awards ceremony. For this segment, I would like to call upon Ms. Sarmishta Nandakumar, Head of Seller Enablement, Amazon Global Selling. With 14 years of experience across different functions, sales, product, marketing, and strategy, she's here to conduct our own version of 5 awards. So let's hear it up for Sarmishta. Cheers, cheers, come on.
Everyone, am I audible? Yeah.
So now is the time for us to celebrate the outstanding performance of our sellers and partners on Amazon. Today, we celebrate dedication and commitment to ensuring the satisfaction of customers across the world. लेकिन start करने से पहले एक छोटा सा exercise हो जाए. I see that people are sitting very relaxed. Can you all lift your hands, please? Please lift कीजिए. आप पीछे, आप लोग भी जो पीछे बैठे, please lift कीजिए. I'm telling you, you will need it. थोड़ा roll कीजिए, थोड़ा hand exercise हो जाए. Okay? Because बहुत अच्छा काम हुआ है, बहुत ताली बजने वाली है और बहुत हाथ दुखने वाला है. So guys, get ready for the awards. Okay. So we can start with the first category, which is the star seller, North America and Europe in the hardlines category. And the award goes to Trade Partners US. Can I please invite Srinidhi on stage to award our winner, Trade Partners US. Trade Partners was founded by Rishabh Gupta. It's a retailer of school office products, home and kitchen products. Trade Partners was founded during the pandemic of April 2020 when Rishabh spotted the opportunity in the exponentially growing e-commerce business. And they've grown over 5x on Amazon in the last year. Growing from Amazon, Trade Partner distributes its products to even the US government. This is a true testament to Made in India products scaling exponentially via Amazon. Congratulations, Rishabh. Now we move on to the next category, which is the star seller in the consumables category. And the winner is SVA Organics. Built on a strong foundation of 35 years, SVA Organics has forayed into the sphere of natural oils with a strong focus of innovation and customer satisfaction. A journey that began as a simple trade structure has now expanded to become a global brand. I don't hear any applause from the crowd. Please, can you have a round of applause? Today, SVA Organics is among the top sellers of pure natural oils on Amazon.com. Congratulations. Moving on to the next category, which is for the soft lines category in North America and Europe. And the award goes to Kochua. With more than 4 decades of rich heritage, Farhan and his team have honed their skills to become a leading player in the leather industry. And with the support of Amazon, they've been able to continuously improve on your products and services. Congratulations, Farhan and team. तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए, please. पूरे साल की मेहनत का फल है जो यहाँ पे हो रहा है. So we should really encourage all our sellers who have really done well. अभी वक्त है the rising star sellers. So जिन sellers ने हमें बहुत recently join किया, who have done really well in the last year. So the rising star seller of North America, and the winner is Weddingly. Weddingly was started in 2023 to cater to customers in the international markets who were looking for certified fabric and supply chain textile product. And they have invested in multiple Amazon products like sponsored ad deals, due to which during the Prime Day and the BFCM events, they have scaled about 6x times. Congratulations, team. Moving on to one of the other major geographies that we are present in, which is Europe. The rising star seller from Europe is Hamilton Houseware UK. So Hamilton is a very well-known brand. I think they've given birth to multiple renowned brands like Milton, Trio, Claro, etc. And they're present in over 80 plus countries. In the UK, they launched in 2023, and by the end of the year, they have grown almost 10x. Congratulations, team. हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि यूके का हर बच्चा मिल्टन का वाटर बॉटल लेके स्कूल जाए. Next, we move on to the MENA marketplace. And the winner for the star seller from MENA is Minimalist Skincare. Can I please request Adarsh and Ashish from Minimalist to come on stage to accept their award, please? Minimalist, a personal care brand offering high-performance clinical solutions, doubled its Amazon business and experienced a 5x surge during the Black Friday and Cyber Monday days in 2023. They also plan to be live on 15 more countries by March 2024. So really good luck to the team in their expansion strategy. Moving on to Japan, the star seller for Japan is Skillmatics Japan. So I think we had Dhwanil from Skillmatics who were with us in the morning. Unfortunately, he had to leave. So we'll ensure the award reaches him in his hands very soon. We can move to the next category, which is the star seller for Australia. And the award goes to Blue Nectar Ayurveda Products. Blue Nectar is a leading premium Ayurvedic beauty and wellness brand. It has been able to successfully leverage Amazon Global Selling Program and reach out to a global audience in developed markets like US, UK, AU, etc. And they have gained significant trust and traction even among the Australian customers. Congratulations, Sanju. सोचिए अगले साल आप में से भी कोई यहाँ होगा और कोई ताली नहीं बजेगी तो आपको कैसे लगेगा? So please can we have a huge round of applause please? And the last award in the star seller category is on the Women Entrepreneurship Award, and this goes to Shumi. Do we have Meeta here with us in the crowd? Yeah, hi Meeta. So founded in 2014 by Meeta Sharma Gupta, an alumni of IIT Delhi and Harvard, Shumi marks its origin as an endeavor to create sustainable toys. Meeta launched Shumi products on Amazon in US, UK, India and multiple other marketplaces. Today, Shumi takes pride in crafting toys from sustainable materials with an in-house team of 12 people. We commend Meeta's dedication in establishing a successful toy brand out of India. Congratulations. So this brings us to the end of the Seller Award function. Congratulations to all the sellers who won the awards, and I do hope I see some of you as the rising stars over here in the next year. And thank you, Srinidhi. Now can I welcome Chand on stage to award our service provider partners. Next, we move on to the Export SPN Excellence Award, where we want to honor our service providers who help our sellers, by enabling them with multiple services like compliance, taxation, account management, etc. So the first category that we have is on account management and ad optimization. And the award goes to Divrit Consultancy. Do we have Devanshu here? Yeah, he's come right on time. So Divrit was founded by Devanshu Jain in 2015. They offer about 6 types of services and they've an experience of 8+ years. And they've managed some very renowned brands like Liberty, Vanessa Cosmetics, Homespun Global and many others. They are currently a team of 60 people and handling over 150 sellers across North America, Europe and Middle East. एक business जो एक phone call पे start हुआ था has now become such a expanded business, so your journey is truly inspirational, Devanshu. Congratulations. Now moving on to the compliance and taxation category. And the winner is Parshottam and Associates. Do we have the Parshottam team here? So the large team has come this side from Parshottam. So Parshottam and Associates was founded by CA Parshottam Bansal in 1980, and they offer a wide range of services which include taxation, audit, valuation, banking and financial services. They have branches across 6 cities in India, and they are trusted by the Income Tax Department, CBI, foreign banks and regulatory authorities. Last year they won only 1 award. At that time they had said that next year we'll come back and win both the awards, and they have ensured that has happened. So congratulations team. Congratulations. Moving on to the last category, which is on the international shipping, the award goes to Intoglo. Can we have the team Intoglo on stage? Intoglo was founded in 2022. It's a cross-border logistics company that combines modern technology, robust processes, workflow automation, and expert assistance to provide a seamless shipping experience to all the sellers. They work with multiple D2C brands selling in multiple global marketplaces. Congratulations, team. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, please? So Indoglo was founded by 4 ISB and IM alumni to disrupt the global cross-border e-commerce space, and looks like they've truly done that. So congratulations, team. Thank you, Chan. Now we move on to the most awaited awards for the day, which was for the Propel Accelerator program. This was a program which was designed to fuel the e-commerce export and help early stage startup in the consumer product space to create global brands from India. We recently concluded the successful third season of the same. This time around, we received an astounding 1,200 registrations for the event from across 140 cities from the country. 47 finalists were selected by a panel to take part in an 8-week accelerator program. During this time, these brands receive one-on-one mentorship from Amazon leaders, VC partners, and senior industry leaders, tailored resources and workshops on global demand patterns. So we'll start with the second runner-up. And the award goes to Perfora. Can I please invite Bhupen on stage to hand over the award as well? Bhupen, if you can please join us on stage. So Perfora was founded by Tushar Khurana, who is the co-founder, Jatin Bawa, again co-founder, Sentu Raja are also here with us on stage. Congratulations, team. Can we please have a round of applause for them? They went through a grueling journey over the last 1 year to finally reach where they have. The first runner-up is Avimi Herbal. Congratulations, team Avimi. Siddhant Agarwal, Razmi L. Jamil are from Avimi who are here to accept the award. Congratulations, team. And finally, the winner, Mirana Toys. Can we have the team Mirana Toys please come up on stage to accept the award? And here at least I want some round of applause, please. It's not loud enough, team. This is the winner. Ceremony, if I may request Bhupen to remain on stage for the closing remarks. Thank you, everyone.
I'm live? Okay, good. So what a fantastic day. I don't know how many trips from the ground floor to the top floor to the back to the ground floor I've done. Every time I have done that trip, I've met new sellers, I've met existing sellers, and literally it might seem like a short trip, but I get stopped 5 times and I learned so many different things about what is really happening in each of your lives. It has been a tremendous day for me personally, and I wanted to sort of just take time to just acknowledge what a tremendous effort this has been from all participants to create this thing. This is obviously not just Amazon, because we are all in this together, and I wanted to make sure I just thank a few partners who sort of, without whose support, this would not have been possible. So our core partners, ShipRocket, Aramax, Bambino Express, Go Global, Ping Pong, and MGH, and there are a few others as well. So thank you for sort of being in the ecosystem and being in the hall downstairs all day and supporting our sellers in their scale up. A special thanks to all the sellers who spoke on stage today. Dhwanil, Gauri, Siddhant, and Murari ji. Your experiences were phenomenal. Your inspiration to all of us, and I really wish you a big, big scale up in 2024. And last but not the least, I want to thank the team at Amazon, the core working group for Export Connect, and the entire volunteer group who showed up very early in the morning today to make this event a giant success. So thank you, all of you. I hope this is just a day one, the first of day ones for all of you. Next year, we're going to be even bigger than this. And so I wish you the best and see you guys soon. Thank you.
Hello?
Check. All right. Thank you, Vipin. Thank you so much for that.
अरे surprise का क्या हुआ? Already thank yous.
Arey, ruko, 1 second. I have some good news. But I was actually wanted to thank the audience as well for staying patiently throughout the session. And thank you so much for staying. And we're going to reward you for that. So we have not one, but 2 surprises awaiting for you. Right? On popular demand, we have. So basically, I'll tell you. I mean, क्या छुपाना? मतलब एक दुआ साहब थोड़े लेट चल रहे हैं, तो हमने सोचा कि पिछले दुआ साहब को एक और बार बुला लेते हैं. Because he had a few more tricks up his sleeve. Please welcome Pushak Dua one more time.
Let's have a